You're lying on your back, eyes open in the dark, hands resting gently over your chest like something you've been holding on to too long. The ceiling is just a shape above you now. No lines to follow, no details to trace, only shadow and stillness. There's a quiet hum somewhere beyond the walls, or maybe it's in your ears. You don't need to name it. It doesn't matter what it is. Tonight's reflection is a simplified interpretation offered for rest, not an authoritative account of philosophy. You've been here for a while, not just tonight, but in this place of waiting, where thoughts gather like dust at the edge of things you can't reach. The kind of thought that starts small and grows until it fills the space between your breaths. You feel it again. Not an idea exactly, more like a weight behind your ribs. Something that was once real enough to walk into, but now only lives in what might have been. You walked away from that path, the one with uniforms and orders and ranks. You didn't even know were yours until someone told you they belonged. You left it because the silence between syllables felt louder than any command. Because when the air was still, you could hear lines of poetry rising up like steam through your bones. And so you turned toward classrooms that smelled faintly of chalk and old paper, toward students who didn't know their own names half the time, and toward a life where no one expected you to be anything but present. But some nights it comes back, the shape of what wasn't chosen. Not as regret exactly, not quite sorrow either. More like a presence that settles in your chest when you're alone with the dark. Someone else who might have been you if things had bent differently. That other version, steady-eyed, trained to act before thinking, confident in silence and duty, unafraid of being told what to do. You don't need to imagine their face. You don't need to wonder how they sleep, or whether they think about the same questions at night. The point isn't that person. It's the space between you and them. A gap where a different kind of courage might have lived. Not lesser, not greater, just different. There's no test for this. No way to measure if one life is better than another when both are only possibilities now. You don't owe yourself proof or resolution. The fact that you're here thinking about it means something already. It doesn't mean you failed by walking away. It just means you were human enough to feel the pull of what might have been, and you're allowed to carry that. Not as a burden, not as evidence against yourself, but simply as part of your body's memory. Like how the skin remembers heat long after it's gone, or how muscles hold tension even when no one is watching. You don't need to choose between them now. You don't have to decide which version was more honest, more whole, more free. Both were real in their own time. One carried you through a different kind of fear. The other taught you how to listen to silence so deeply that words began to rise from it. The mind wants answers. It always does when it's quiet. But tonight, your job isn't to find them. Your job is just to notice what's already here. Your breath moving in and out beneath your hands. The weight of your body on the mattress. The way darkness feels different than light. Not because one is better, but because they are simply other. Let the thought about that life, the military path, stay for a moment. Not to fix it, not to change anything, just to let it be there without needing you to do anything with it. You don't need to agree with it or reject it. Just allow its presence like air in a room you're already occupying. You are here now, in this body, with your hands over your chest as if keeping something safe. Not protecting yourself from the past, but holding space for the fact that you chose differently and still live. There's no final judgment on what you did or didn't do. No scorecard, no record of whether the choice was wise or foolish, brave or cowardly. What matters is that it happened. That you stood at the edge and turned your face towards something else. Something quieter, slower, more fragile than duty. And now, in this dark, with no one watching and nothing to prove, you're allowed to feel what comes without naming it as failure or loss. You can let yourself think about the uniform they might have given you, about the way someone else would have saluted at 0606, about a life where every decision was made by protocol instead of poetry. You don't need to compare. You don't need to ask if you were right. What matters is that this moment is yours, that your breath is rising and falling under your hands, not because it has to, but because it can. Because even when the mind races through what might have been, your body stays in place, anchored by gravity, by warmth, by stillness. The room around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't ask for attention. A shadow on the wall where light never quite reaches. The soft creak of wood settling in the night. The faintest echo of sound from another building far away. Maybe someone turning over in bed. Maybe a window opening. You're not required to listen. You're only asked to be aware that you are here, and that awareness doesn't need to lead anywhere. It's enough just to know. Let your hands stay where they are, not trying to hold on or let go, just resting there as proof of your presence in this moment. The same way the weight of a blanket feels real only when it's lying across you. You don't have to explain why it's there, only that it is. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. No reason to rush back from where you are. This isn't about making peace with anything or forgiving yourself for leaving behind something you once thought might be yours. You're not being asked to evaluate the worth of either path. Not today. Not in this silence. The only thing required is that you stay just a little longer in the space between what happened and what didn't, where the mind lingers because it hasn't figured out how to stop thinking, even when there's nothing left to solve. And if thoughts come back, the image of ranks on a wall, or boots lined up outside a door, or the sound of someone calling your name in a voice that wasn't yours, let them pass through you like wind, not as proof of anything, not as evidence against yourself, but simply as fragments of another story. You don't need to belong to it. You don't have to believe it could have been better or worse. It just was, and now it isn't. What remains is the sound of your own breath entering and leaving your body, the warmth beneath your skin, where you've pressed your hands together, the weight of your limbs against the bed, not as a burden, but as proof that you are present, right here, right now, in this dark room where time has stopped moving. And if something stirs, a feeling about how close you came to another life, or how much you might have changed had you chosen differently, let it be there without needing to understand it. Not as a warning, not as regret, but simply as part of your own story, in the same way that rain is part of the sky. You don't need to answer. You don't need to decide what it means. The only thing required is that you stay with it. This moment, this breath, this stillness, without needing anything from it. The ceiling stays above you. The room stays quiet. Your hands remain where they are. And if the thought returns, the one about who you might have been, you don't need to chase it away or pull it closer. You can simply let it float through your mind like a cloud passing over the moon, leaving no mark but showing briefly that something was there. There's no lesson in this, no conclusion waiting at the end of the path. Just the slow rhythm of breathing into stillness, the soft pressure of hands resting on skin, the quiet certainty that you are not missing anything, because you were never supposed to be anywhere else. You're not required to name what you're feeling, only to notice it's there. Like a faint warmth in your chest that doesn't need a source. Like the way silence can feel full even when nothing is being said. The shape of your hands still pressed together isn't about control or surrender. It's just a place where skin meets skin, and the body remembers how to rest without doing anything. You don't have to decide if it was right or wrong to walk away, only that you did, and that you're here now, with no need to explain why your feet turned in another direction. The road not taken doesn't vanish just because you didn't travel it. It stays behind you like a shadow from the sun, long set, still visible, but no longer casting anything onto the ground. You can let thoughts about uniforms come back, not as memories, but as shapes in air. Not as warnings or invitations, only as forms that once existed in some version of your life, a rank insignia on a sleeve, a name called over a loudspeaker, boots drying near a doorframe after long drills under cold lights. You don't have to feel regret for not standing at attention when someone said present. You don't need to grieve what you never got to be, because the life you chose wasn't stolen from you. It was chosen by you in a moment when your breath paused just before another direction took hold. And if part of you still wonders whether that other path might have been more stable, or certain, or clearer, you're allowed to let that wonder exist without needing to answer it. There's no truth hidden behind the curtain waiting for you to pull it back. Just this. Your hands stay where they are. Your breath moves in and out with a rhythm only you can feel. The dark above is not empty. It contains shapes you don't name, spaces that hold their own silence without needing your permission to be there. You could imagine the weight of a rifle against your shoulder, just for a second, just long enough to notice how different it would have been to carry something heavy and official through a day. Not because you wanted to command or fight, but because carrying anything might have given meaning to motion, like walking with purpose instead of wandering toward silence. But then again, that kind of weight isn't always the same as belonging. Sometimes it's just burden. Something held not because you want it, but because you can't put it down. Let the image fade without resistance. Let it dissolve into the quiet between your thoughts, like a word forgotten, before it finishes forming in your mind. You're not being asked to decide what would have happened if you'd stayed, not whether you'd still be standing at attention or marching through drills, or how many years would have passed with only orders and routines as company. That's not your current task. What is yours now? What you can do right here is simply this. Notice the way the air moves across your skin when it shifts slightly in the room. Not because there's a draft, but just because warmth doesn't stay still. It drifts like breath through the space between walls and ceilings. The same way that music from another apartment fades into the floorboards after midnight. Not loud enough to disturb you, not quiet enough to disappear entirely. You don't have to feel that your life is incomplete because of what's missing. You don't need to believe in some perfect version of yourself that lives somewhere else, wearing a uniform, writing reports, standing at the edge of something important with others who also know their place. That version might exist, but it doesn't live inside you anymore. It never will again. And that's not loss. It's just change. You're allowed to imagine how different things could have been without needing to believe in them as real. The mind plays games at night. It replays moments like film reels with no beginning or end. You might see yourself standing at the edge of a base, looking out over a field under gray light, wondering whether you'd ever feel like you belonged there. But belonging isn't always about fitting in. It's also about not pretending to be someone else. Let your attention slip into the softness of your pillow beneath your head, not because it needs fixing or improving, but simply because it's what supports you now. It doesn't care whether you were meant for something greater. It holds you just as you are. No judgment in its fibers, no demand for purpose. That is how things exist, without needing to be more than they are. You could think of the town where you teach poetry, not because it matters or doesn't matter, but because it's real and small and quiet and full of people who don't remember your name. They read poems aloud in a room with peeling paint and old chairs. Some listen. Others stare at the window. No one asks if they're doing it right. There's no performance, only presence. You might have imagined that teaching poetry was a retreat, a way to avoid responsibility or clarity. But maybe it wasn't an escape from anything. Maybe it was just another kind of belonging, not in ranks or commands, but in the way someone says, "I've never thought about this before," after reading a line they didn't expect. There's no hierarchy between lives that matter and those that don't. Only different kinds of attention paid to time, to breath, to the moment when silence becomes something you can feel. You're not required to believe in meaning, only to notice what happens when you stop trying to find it. Let your fingers unclench slowly, not because they were tense, but because release isn't about effort. It's just a natural softening, like a leaf letting go of its branch after the wind has passed through. You don't have to know why it fell or where it will land, just that it did, and now it rests. You can let your arms fall gently to either side of you, not because they're tired, but because gravity is not punishment. It's only what keeps things grounded in place. Your body doesn't need to be fixed or improved. It just needs to stay, just as it is. The room isn't empty even when no one speaks. It holds echoes that aren't voices. The memory of footsteps from earlier, a door closing with finality, someone turning over in bed across the hall. You don't have to name them. They're not stories, just small traces left behind by lives moving through the dark. You can let yourself drift into the space between one thought and the next, not trying to fill it, just letting it be there like a pause before a word is spoken but never said. That silence isn't failure. It's fullness in its own way. There's no need to decide which life was more honest or true. The life you're living now isn't less real because you didn't take the other path. You don't have to measure your worth against someone else's choices, especially not ones that were never yours to make. You might imagine a different version of yourself, older now, perhaps retired from service, maybe sitting in a room with photos on the wall, or standing outside a building where ranks still matter. But even then, the man who sits there isn't you. He has his own memories, his own regrets, his own way of breathing into stillness. That version doesn't live inside your chest. You don't need to carry him forward. You're not responsible for what he might have become. Only this, the warmth beneath your skin as your hands rest on your ribs, the rhythm of your breath, the fact that you are here and not somewhere else. Let thoughts come like rain without asking why they fall or where they go. Let them land on your mind without leaving marks. You don't have to remember every drop. Just notice the way it feels when something passes through you without stopping. And if part of you still wonders whether that other life could have been kinder, more certain, safer, you're allowed to wonder. But not because you need an answer, only because wondering is a human thing. A quiet act of curiosity with no purpose beyond itself. There's no shame in wanting something different. Not when it's just a feeling passing through your thoughts like wind over grass. No blame for noticing how close you came, how nearly you stepped onto that path and then chose not to. You are allowed to feel the weight of what was never yours without needing to carry it like a coat that doesn't fit. The life you didn't choose isn't waiting for you on some distant shore. It's not calling your name from behind a closed door or drifting through the air as a whisper you almost caught. It simply exists in the space between breaths, like heat rising off pavement after rain, visible only when the light hits it just right. You don't have to stand in front of that image and give it attention. You can let it be there without naming it or measuring its shape. Your hands are still resting over your chest. The fabric of your shirt is slightly damp from a quiet sweat, not from effort, but from being held too long in one position. It's okay if you shift, just slowly, like water adjusting to the curve of a stone. You don't need to be perfectly still for this to work. Stillness isn't an achievement. It's just what happens when you stop trying to fix your presence. There was a moment once, not long ago, not years back, when you looked at yourself in the mirror and didn't recognize the lines around your eyes. Not because they were new or deep, but because you'd forgotten how your face felt without waiting for permission from someone else's expectations. That version of you wasn't asking whether he was right to walk away. He was just breathing, and that breath had no agenda. You might recall a particular morning when the sky outside was gray with low clouds and everything seemed suspended, like time hadn't decided what it wanted to do next. You stood at the kitchen window, holding coffee in both hands, not drinking, but feeling its warmth against your palms. There is no reason for that moment to matter. It wasn't a turning point or a revelation, but something about standing there with nothing to prove and nowhere urgent to go made you feel like you had already arrived. That kind of arrival doesn't come from action. It comes from not needing anything to be different than it is. You don't have to earn your place in the quiet by proving that you're doing enough, or thinking deeply enough, or living with purpose strong enough to hold up under scrutiny. The fact that you are here, your chest rising and falling, your fingers curled just slightly against your ribs, is already enough. No one is watching from behind a screen. No future version of yourself is judging this moment for how long it lasts or whether it counts. You're not being evaluated by any standard other than the one inside your body. The way your breath moves through you, the way your skin remembers temperature and pressure and touch without needing to be told. You don't need to decide what kind of man he might have been. Your older self in another life. Whether he wore medals or kept his rank close like a secret. Whether he spoke with authority or stayed silent when it mattered most. He isn't you. And you aren't him. But there's no harm in imagining the shape of that path, as long as you don't mistake the image for truth. There's a difference between remembering and believing. You can remember what could have happened without having to believe it was better. The door didn't open because you walked away, because you chose not to step through, and the room behind that door is just a space, like this one, empty except for shadows, stillness, echoes. You might hear something in your mind, a faint sound like footsteps on gravel outside a building, long since abandoned. It's not real, but it feels familiar because you've imagined it before. You don't need to chase it or explain why it came back now. Let it pass through like wind through a crack under the door, no louder than a sigh. You can let your thoughts drift into places they haven't been. Into rooms with different colors on the walls, into corridors lined with names you never learned, into mornings where someone else called your name and expected an answer, but none of them require your presence to be valid. They're not real lives. They're just fragments of possibility that have settled in the quiet corners of memory. There's no need to feel guilty for choosing a different path, not because it was easier or wiser, but simply because you did. The only cost was never being able to say with certainty what might have been, and even that uncertainty is not punishment. It's just proof that you were awake when the choice arrived. You don't have to be certain of anything in order to rest. You don't need to understand why your hands moved toward a classroom instead of a barracks, why your voice found poetry instead of orders. The body remembers things the mind forgets. The way your feet knew how to walk away from something they'd trained for their whole life. There's a certain kind of silence that isn't empty. It holds weight. It doesn't demand anything of you. It just is. You can lie in it like water, not trying to swim or surface, just letting yourself sink deeper into the stillness until your edges blur and the boundary between inside and outside begins to dissolve. Your skin feels warm now, but not hot, just alive with sensation. The air moves across you without force, just enough to remind you that space is not a wall, but something that holds things gently. Your arms are loose at your sides, fingers curled slightly inward, like they're remembering how to hold something small and fragile. You don't need to know whether the man in uniform ever smiled when he looked up at the sky, whether he missed birdsong or noticed clouds like you do now. You don't have to wonder if he felt relief when the sun came out after days of rain, or if his chest tightened at the sound of a siren. You're not responsible for that life, not because it wasn't valuable, but because it wasn't yours to live. There's a difference between regret and presence. Regret is like holding a picture in your hands while standing on the edge of a cliff, wishing you'd taken another path, even though there is no way back. Presence is simply being where you are, with all that this moment holds. Breath, warmth, darkness, stillness. You can let go without effort, because letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means allowing space for something else to be true. Like how the moon moves across the sky even when we stop watching it. The silence in your room isn't waiting for you to fill it with meaning or explanation. It's already full of things that don't need names. The hum of electricity from a distant transformer, the soft creak of wood settling under weight, the faintest whisper of air passing through the gap beneath the door. You don't have to do anything with these sounds. They're not messages, just evidence that something exists beyond your thoughts. Something constant and quiet and indifferent. Your mind can wander into corridors where ranks still matter, where decisions are made in silence before being spoken aloud, where footsteps echo down hallways lined with photographs of people who don't remember you. But you don't need to step inside. You don't have to walk through that building or stand beneath a flagpole and salute. You can stay right here, with your hands on your chest, your body resting in the shape it naturally makes when no one is watching. There's room for both paths, not as competing truths, but as parallel rivers flowing under different skies. One carries soldiers toward distant posts. The other flows through fields of grass where a man stands with his arms open and says nothing at all. Neither river needs to be better than the other. Neither needs your approval or validation. They simply exist, like rain falling on two separate hillsides, each feeding its own stream, both eventually joining something larger that doesn't care which path it took. You can feel the texture of this moment, the way your breath moves through your body, like a slow tide pulling back and forth between ribs. You don't have to understand why you're here or what it means that you chose poetry over protocol. The meaning isn't in the choice itself. It's in how you carry it, how you stay with yourself after making it. You are breathing without trying, each exhalation longer than the last, as if your body is slowly settling into a rhythm that predates language. The weight on your chest isn't pressing down. It's just there, like soil resting over roots. No one sees but still nourishes something quiet and patient beneath. There's no need to name what you're carrying or place it in any frame of comparison. It doesn't have to be justified by a past that wasn't yours to make, or defended against an outcome that never arrived. The man who stood at the edge of uniform, standing straight when he didn't want to, is not your ghost. He's just another version of what could have been, like wind passing through two different rooms in the same house. You can let yourself be near him without stepping into his shoes. You don't have to feel sorry for him or pity yourself for leaving. There's no scorecard here, no tallying up losses and gains across timelines that only exist in your mind. The choice wasn't between duty and poetry. Not really. It was about where you felt most like a body rather than an instrument. The air in the room has shifted slightly, a warmth rising from floorboards or falling through walls, something older than temperature alone. You can feel it settle behind your ears, just beyond thought. Your skin remembers being touched by other hands, hands that didn't ask for permission before moving close. Who knew how to rest a palm on shoulder without explanation? There's no need to recall the exact moment you walked away from those buildings, with names etched into stone and doors that closed behind people whose faces blurred after 5 minutes. You don't have to replay your last conversation in front of the mirror where someone said, "This isn't who you are." That voice was not yours, nor does it belong here now. Instead, let this moment be its own kind of witness. Just breath and stillness, and a space that holds everything without demanding answers. The way sunlight pools on concrete after rain is similar. It doesn't explain why the droplets fell or where they went afterward, but simply lies there, reflecting light in patches no one planned. You can think about how your feet used to feel when you marched, how every step was measured not by pace but intention. Not because you wanted to move fast, but because moving at all meant something different than just walking toward a door or across a field. But that's okay if it doesn't matter anymore. You don't have to keep the memory alive in order for it to be real. The way cold air rushes into your lungs after stepping outside is not proof of survival. It's only evidence that you were somewhere at some time, and now you're elsewhere, breathing differently. The body remembers more than thoughts do, especially when there's no one watching or waiting to hear what happened next. It keeps the shape of old habits. How a hand still lifts toward your shoulder reflexively before remembering it doesn't need support anymore. How muscles tense at certain sounds, even though they don't mean danger. You're not meant to clean up any of this. No final reckoning, no confession written in ink. or carved into wood. You're allowed to hold both the echo and its silence together without choosing one over the other. The poem you wrote last winter, it wasn't about escape. It didn't aim to prove anything by being different from that life. It was just a way of noticing how light caught on window panes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, how dust moved when someone opened a door too quickly, how rain sounded like letters written backwards. That poem lived where no one else could see it. On paper, you never showed to anyone. Tucked into a drawer under folded socks and forgotten pens. But that doesn't mean it didn't exist. In your mind's quiet corner, there are still fields without roads or signs pointing forward. No flag waving on high, just grass bending in directions no one asked for, growing where nothing was expected, because roots don't ask permission to spread underground. You can let yourself drift near those places, not to claim them, not even to visit, but just to know they exist as a kind of quiet truth, that some things grow without being meant or named. That meaning doesn't always have to be earned. It sometimes simply appears like breath in winter air when you don't expect it. The silence isn't empty because nothing is happening inside your chest, under the surface of where thoughts gather and dissolve. There's motion beneath stillness, the slow turning of cells that never stop working even while you sleep. A rhythm older than memory itself. You can rest without apology for being here instead of there, without needing to explain why one life felt heavier than another, or which version had more meaning. The truth isn't in the weight. It's in how each body carries its own gravity differently. The man who stayed, he's not waiting behind a wall, nor is he watching from some far-off window where you can still see him if you try hard enough. He exists only as an image in your mind, when it wants to wander into past versions of yourself. But here, now, you are the one whose breath rises and falls, without being asked why or how long this will last. You're allowed not to know what comes next. Just like clouds don't have to explain where they came from before drifting away. There's a difference between remembering something that happened and holding on to it as if you must carry it forever. One is natural, the other is effortful. You can feel the fabric of your shirt against skin, soft threads worn thin by time and washing, not because they were used too much, but simply because each day passed without notice or celebration. The edge of a blanket presses gently near your hip, like something offering comfort just for being there, not saying anything, just existing in contact with you, as if it had always known how to hold its shape against someone who needed space between thought and rest. Outside, the world continues moving, not because anyone decided it should, but because motion is not a choice. It's simply what things do when no one stops them. You don't need to be involved in that movement. You're allowed to stay here, to notice how your hands have stopped clenching, even if they haven't fully relaxed yet. How the weight of thought begins to shift from pressure into something lighter, like paper floating on water after it's soaked through. There are no answers waiting at the end of this path. You never reached a destination. You just kept breathing, while remembering what you'd left behind and letting go without effort or ceremony. It doesn't matter whether those boots ever touched soil in another country, or if any letter was written home from somewhere far away. What matters is that your hands are open now, palms up like something receiving nothing but permission to stay still. There's no reason for this moment to mean anything beyond being here. The same way a tree grows without needing to know why it reached towards sunlight, or how long its roots will remain hidden beneath dark earth. Your chest rises and falls in time with the quiet pulse of things that don't speak. A clock isn't ticking. There's only breath, darkness, and warmth, slowly sinking into bone like water seeping through soil over years no one counts. You can allow yourself to feel both lives, the one you lived and the one you didn't, but not as opposites, not as battles won or lost, just two currents passing through different landscapes with equal right to exist. One led through ranks of names spoken in order. The other carried words that weren't meant for anyone else's ears, but found their way anyway. Slipped between pages, whispered into silence, so it could be heard only by itself. Neither was wrong. Neither needed to prove anything to you or to anyone who might have been watching from outside time. There's room for both in the space behind your eyes, where memories live without needing approval or even recognition. You don't need to choose between them, not because they're equal, but because choosing implies there's only one way forward. But that isn't true here. There are many ways of being present, some with sound, some without, some shaped by voice and command, others made in quiet rooms where no one calls out your name. You are lying here as if you've been called back from a distance by something quiet, something that doesn't require your name to be spoken. The air feels different tonight, not thick, not light, just present in the way dust settles on shelves no one touches. You don't have to move for it to stay. Your shoulder rests where it is, slightly lower than the other, not from injury, but simply because gravity doesn't care about balance when you're asleep. Or almost asleep. The curve of your spine follows the shape of what's beneath you. Not perfectly straight, not broken, just shaped by time and habit, like a riverbed carved over centuries without anyone watching. There is a space behind your ribs where thoughts once gathered tightly, where one path felt like destiny and another like betrayal. But now it holds less tension. Not emptiness exactly, but the kind of quiet that isn't afraid to wait. You can feel the rise and fall, not as effort, but as something already begun. Something continuing without needing you to tend to it. Your breath doesn't need permission to be soft. It simply is. The floor beneath your feet, though you don't know if they're still there, isn't part of this moment anymore. You aren't thinking about where the house ends, or how far a single footstep might take you in memory. Instead, you are noticing how your fingers have loosened their grip on each other. Not because you decided to let go, but because letting go became inevitable when the weight stopped being carried. There's a certain kind of stillness that isn't empty. It is full of small things. The way air shifts just above skin when temperature changes by degrees no one measures. The faint tremor in your wrist, as if something once known tried to surface and then gave up. You don't have to name it or understand why it happened. It's enough that you noticed it. The room doesn't ask anything of you. Not even to remember what it looked like before the lights went out, or whether someone else had sat where you are with hands folded across chest and eyes fixed on nothing. The walls aren't keeping score. They don't record which version of you walked through them, only that you were there. You can imagine walking back into another life, not as a choice, not as regret, but like stepping into a room whose door was never closed. It doesn't matter if your boots are worn or polished. You could wear the uniform again and still not be the person who wore it before. The body changes with time. Even memory reshapes itself when left undisturbed. That version of you, standing at attention, saluting a flag that meant something different than what was said in meetings, isn't lost. He's just one thread among many that never unraveled completely. He isn't real in the way people mean when they say real, but he's not unreal either. You can see him in your mind without needing to believe in his purpose or judge his decisions. That's enough. No need for clarity, no demand for alignment between who you were and who you are now. The poetry wasn't escape. It was just another way of listening, of learning how silence could carry more weight than any order ever did. You didn't leave the army because it was wrong or cruel. You left because there came a day when the words in your head no longer matched what was expected from your voice. You didn't break anything by walking away. You simply let something stop being necessary. And that's not failure. It's release. There is no right path, only paths taken and others never touched. No judgment in standing still while every other version of yourself moves through different seasons. Some with medals pinned to chests you never wore, some with letters folded into envelopes marked, "Do not open," until I return. You don't need to wonder what would have happened if you'd stayed. You only need to feel how your chest opens when the idea doesn't hurt anymore. That other life didn't vanish. It lived on in your hands, in the way they know how to hold a pen or turn pages without rushing. It lives in your voice when it softens after speaking too long. When you stop performing and start being heard just because someone is listening. You don't owe that version of yourself an explanation. You don't have to say why you chose this life instead of the other. Nor do you need to prove that one was valid and another not. There's a difference between living with regret and living in its shadow. One carries weight. The other only remembers what it felt like to carry something heavier than thought. You are allowed to be shaped by both without being owned by either. The desk where you write isn't made of wood from any one forest. It's made of fragments. Pieces of trees that grew far apart, sawn and sanded, and joined together in a place no one remembers. The inkwell is not full. It hasn't been refilled since winter. But the pen still writes when you pick it up. You could write something without knowing if anyone will read it. You could speak aloud into silence and hear your own voice echo. Not because there's an audience, but because sound exists, even in empty rooms. Because vibration doesn't require recognition to be real. There is no need for validation from any other life you might have led. Your presence here, the fact that you're lying down, eyes closed, breathing steadily, is enough proof of being alive. You don't need your past to justify your present. You don't need the future to make sense of now. The air around you doesn't rush toward meaning or completion. It just stays, like dust motes suspended in a beam that only appears when light hits at a certain angle. Not because it was summoned, but because it happened to be there. You can let your thoughts drift without chasing them. You don't have to return from wherever they go. They may come back, or they might not. That's not failure. It's just how things are. Your hands rest where they fell, no longer clenched, no longer reaching for something that isn't here or won't be. Their position is natural, like roots in soil. Not searching, but simply accepting the shape of their place. You can feel warmth spreading through your lower back, as if heat had seeped into bone from somewhere deep beneath you. Not fire, not fever, just a slow return to body after long absence. It's not urgent. It doesn't demand attention. It simply arrives. Outside, no one calls out your name. No alarm sounds. Nothing is waiting for you to answer, or decide, or explain. You don't have to be useful right now. You don't even have to be coherent. Just present. Like a stone at the bottom of a creek where water moves around it without trying to lift it, knowing that some things are meant to stay still while others pass over them. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything you've never said and every word you've ever written in secret. It holds all the poems no one saw, the letters not sent, the salutes given when no one was watching, and the moments when your voice cracked, but you kept speaking anyway. None of it needs to be remembered for a reason. None of it needs to matter beyond existing. You are allowed to let go without saying goodbye, to feel both lives as real, not in opposition, but like two streams flowing through the same valley at different times of year. One carried boots that marched across uneven ground. The other carried pages with margins too wide for any one person's handwriting. One required precision and obedience. The other thrived in uncertainty and pause. Neither was wrong. Neither needed to win. You don't need to choose which part is you, because you are not a single thing. You're not defined by what you did or didn't do, by where you went or why you turned away. You are simply here as the room holds your shape without speaking, as darkness holds your breath without question, as time passes through this moment like water moving under stone. Your chest rises and falls in a rhythm that isn't trying to prove anything. It's not telling you how long to last or what purpose it serves. It just is. Like the way clouds drift above fields where no one walks, neither claiming space nor asking for permission. You are not required to settle anything tonight. The air doesn't ask you to choose between who you were and who you've become. Just to be here, where your weight has found its place on the mattress, how your spine curves slightly into the shape of a bed that's known you for years without knowing your name. There is no contract written in ink or silence that demands you reconcile what was left behind with what grew in its shadow. You don't need to prove continuity. You are not being tested by time. The floor beneath the bed may be cold, but it isn't judging. The wall beside you holds a faint impression from where your elbow pressed against it during some quiet hour when thoughts tumbled like pebbles down a hillside. No one there to catch them. No need to gather them up later. That same wall knows how sound travels through plaster and drywall, how certain tones linger in corners long after the voice has moved on. It doesn't care which life you walked into or stepped away from. It only remembers the pressure of your skin against it, the small moment when warmth passed between body and surface. You could lie here for hours and not say a single word to anyone. No one would come looking, because no one knows that this is where you are. And that's not loneliness. It's privacy so deep it becomes something like peace. No explanation needed, no story demanded. The kind of stillness that comes when the world stops trying to make sense of your movements and just lets them be. There's a thread in the blanket near your knee, loose, frayed at one end, that hasn't been pulled out yet because it doesn't matter whether it stays or goes. It hangs there like an old memory with no date, no context, only presence, not useful, not broken, just existing as part of what's already here. You could pull it if you wanted to, but you don't have to. There is space for things that serve no purpose and still belong. Your breathing slows in a way that isn't deliberate. It happens because your body knows how to rest even when the mind hasn't caught up. It doesn't ask permission. It just breathes, in, out, pause, in again. Like waves returning not toward land, but simply following their own rhythm. Not seeking arrival or purpose, just continuing. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it with a story or a reason. It's already full. Not of answers, not of expectations, but of everything that never got spoken aloud. The words you rehearsed in the mirror before stepping out, the phrases you cut from poems because they felt too true, the way your throat tightened when someone asked what you'd do if things had gone differently, none of it has disappeared because no one heard it. It remains as texture, like dust on a shelf that collects without being noticed until light hits it just right and reveals how much has settled over time. You don't have to remember every moment. You only need to know that some moments are not meant to be summoned, but allowed to stay in the quiet where they've always lived. There's no one watching your face while you lie here, no gaze waiting to interpret a shift in expression, no hand reaching out to pull you back from wherever your thoughts have drifted. You can let them wander through classrooms with chalk-dusted windows and desks that never held children for long, through barracks where the air smelled of oil and wet wool, through streets in towns whose names fade like ink on paper left too long in rain. You don't need to return from those places. They aren't destinations. They're not real or unreal. Just points along a path that no longer requires you to walk it. The light from outside doesn't matter anymore. The street lamp's glow is barely visible through the curtain, and even if it were brighter, you wouldn't turn toward it. You don't need illumination to confirm your presence. The darkness already holds you. It isn't absence. It's containment, like soil that keeps seeds buried, not because they're lost, but because they are waiting for their own moment. You can feel the fabric of the shirt against your chest, the way one thread has come loose near your collar, just enough to catch on nothing, to hang there without meaning anything at all. It doesn't need a name, doesn't need to be fixed, just lies where it is, part of what you wear and aren't aware of. There's no need to map the distance between those lives. The one with boots and orders, the one with notebooks and quiet afternoons, because they don't have to exist in opposition. One didn't steal from the other. They simply unfolded differently, like two rivers branching from a single mountain spring, flowing into separate valleys without conflict or loss. You could teach poetry because you once stood at attention and said yes when asked if you'd serve. You could walk away from that service not out of failure, but out of recognition. Some things don't require courage to leave, only honesty, not guilt, not regret. Just the quiet understanding that a path isn't wrong just because it ends. The breath in your lungs doesn't care whether it's used for marching or reading aloud at dawn, for reciting lines from a poem no one else has ever heard, or simply resting as part of being here now. You don't need to explain why you chose this room over that one, why the chair by the window became your favorite instead of the one in the corner with the broken leg. You don't have to justify sitting still or lying down when others would be moving. The world doesn't require a reason for stillness. There's no urgency in how long you stay awake or how deep the sleep eventually becomes. No force pushing you toward tomorrow. Time isn't trying to reach forward. It just passes through, like wind through an open door, not carrying anything except its own motion. The wall behind your head is cool where it meets the pillow. It doesn't remember your name, but it remembers the shape of your skull pressing against it during long nights when thinking became too heavy. And that's enough. You don't have to be certain about what you want. You don't even need to know if you're satisfied. Satisfaction isn't a requirement for being here. Presence is not earned by fulfillment or completion. There's no audience for the way your fingers rest on top of each other. No one waiting to see whether they stay still or move in response to something unseen. They just do what comes naturally, resting where gravity allows them to fall without effort. You can feel the pulse at your wrist, not fast, not slow, just steady. The kind that doesn't announce itself, but simply exists beneath the skin, marking time in a way no clock ever could. And yet you are not defined by any of this, not by heartbeat or breath, not by what lies behind closed eyes or how long you stay awake. You are not your choices, nor your refusals. You are not the path you took or didn't take. You are simply here, in the space between thoughts, where silence doesn't demand meaning, but still holds everything. The floorboards creak faintly, not from someone walking, not because of wind or shifting air, but just because wood settles when it's been quiet too long. It happens without warning and without intention, just sound emerging from stillness, like a sentence half formed in the dark before you know what it means. There is no need to finish anything tonight. No story has to be told. No past needs to be corrected or explained. You don't have to choose between who you were and who you are, because those versions aren't competing. They're both real, both valid, both allowed to exist without needing permission from one another. The poem you wrote last week about a soldier returning home, about how he looked at his own hands as if they belonged to someone else, is not incomplete. It's not unfinished. It exists exactly as it needs to, in your notebook, on the page, held by paper and ink and time. It doesn't need a reader. It doesn't need to be read aloud or published or remembered. It only needs to exist, like a footprint left in mud that disappears under rain, but was real while it lasted. And so are you. The light that used to spill from under your bedroom door has faded entirely now, like a memory you've stopped trying to hold on to. The air is thick with stillness, not empty, not barren, just full of the kind of quiet where even dust seems hesitant to settle. Your hands remain as they are, palms up, fingers curled slightly inward, resting on the weightless surface between your chest and breath. You don't have to do anything else. Outside, there's no sound at all, no car passing by, not a single distant siren or neighbor clearing their throat in sleep. The street light that once flickered every third night has gone dark entirely, as if it too decided enough was enough for one evening. And stillness doesn't mind being complete. It only asks to be noticed. You are lying exactly where you need to lie. Not because of any plan or decision made earlier, but simply because gravity pulls and the body responds in kind. It's not about intention anymore. The part that used to map every choice like a terrain with borders is now quiet enough for something softer, an awareness without direction. The sheets are worn thin across your shoulders, where they've rubbed against skin each night since winter began. Their fibers frayed along one edge near the seam, the kind of wear that happens when you don't need to protect yourself from anything. There's no resistance in them now. They're not trying to keep you warm or hide you away, just letting go. You can hear your breath, not as a rhythm but as sound, like air passing through dry reeds at the edge of water. It doesn't matter that it's irregular. No one is listening for consistency. There's no audience expecting symmetry between inhalation and exhalation. Your lungs don't need to match up with any standard. When you close your eyes fully, there are shapes behind them, not images from memory or vision, but sensations. Pressure at the back of each lid, warmth spreading beneath where the eyelashes rest, a faint pulse like water moving slowly through roots buried deep in soil. And yet, none of this demands that anything happen next. No transformation is required. You aren't being asked to become someone new, nor are you expected to undo any version already formed. The silence isn't waiting for your thoughts to end. so it can begin speaking. It's been here all along, even when the mind was loud with questions and names of places not visited or people never spoken to again. You don't have to decide what home means. It doesn't matter if you still feel like a man who once stood in formation at dawn under flags that meant something different than they do now. The fact remains, your feet are on the floor, even when lying down. There's no distance between where you were and where you are. There was never any single correct path, only one after another, appearing as if by chance or necessity. One moment a decision felt impossible because it carried so much weight. Then suddenly, the next step showed up without explanation. Not through logic, but just presence. The way shadows appear when someone walks between light and wall. You don't have to carry what you left behind like cargo in your chest. It doesn't need protection or mourning. It simply exists where it belongs. Somewhere outside time, beyond judgment. The memory of marching drills isn't sharp anymore. Not the sound of commands shouted at 5 a.m. Not even how cold metal felt against skin during training exercises, when no one looked up to see if anyone was suffering. That part is faded, like ink left in rain. Blurred around edges, but still legible enough for you to know it happened. And what's real isn't the clarity of recollection, nor its completeness. It's simply that something once mattered deeply, and then didn't anymore, without apology or explanation. No one comes knocking asking why your voice changed when reading poetry aloud last month. No need to explain how softness took root in you after years spent learning precision with weapons, not meant for words. The classroom where you taught wasn't much. 3 rows of desks, a chalkboard that never quite cleaned right, no matter how many times it was wiped. And yet, something happened there. Someone raised their hand and said, "I didn't know poems could feel like this." That moment remains untouched by time. It doesn't require proof or follow-up. You don't have to prove anything about who you were before, what your life might have been had the doors opened differently, or even whether any version of yourself ever felt fully whole. There's no rule that says a man can't grow quiet after years in uniform and then become someone whose favorite thing is watching sunlight fall across open pages during late morning. No law forbids turning away from orders to listen instead to vowels rising on breaths, or hearing how syllables shape themselves like leaves drifting down rivers. Your body remembers things your mind has forgotten. The way you stood at attention when called by name, the weight of a pack slung over both shoulders and carried for miles without stopping. But these aren't anchors, just echoes in muscle memory that don't demand return or reflection. You are not responsible for what didn't happen, nor must you feel guilty about silence where speech once lived. The night stretches on, not with expectation, but simply because it can. There's no reason to end it now. unless something outside of this moment demands otherwise. And right here, nothing does. There is a small indentation in the pillow beneath your head that wasn't there before. It formed slowly over weeks as you turned slightly each time without knowing why. Just enough movement for shape to emerge from pressure alone. Like how some trees grow bent not because they were struck by wind, but simply because something inside them shifted and adjusted. You don't need permission to be this way, not in body, mind, or breath. The ceiling above isn't judging you either. It doesn't care whether the lines drawn there are straight or crooked from cracks spreading like roots through plaster. The house settles at night with its own kind of listening. Wood creaking not because it's aging, but just to remind itself that movement still happens, even when nothing is moving. There was a time you believed every choice had consequences written in stone, but now the stones have eroded. Some words are gone completely. Others remain only as traces beneath soil, where no one digs anymore. You don't need answers about what would have happened if you'd said yes to that commission, or whether your mother ever thought of her son differently after he left for a job teaching literature in an empty town with streets named after people nobody remembers. The silence holds those questions without needing them answered. What remains is not the outcome, but this. Being present enough to notice how light from faraway stars takes centuries just to reach Earth, and yet still arrives here every night, like something returning home through darkness, too vast for thought. You are part of that same journey, not because you're special or important, but simply because presence doesn't require importance. You exist within the motion between one moment and another, the space where nothing is needed except being there in plain sight. The wind outside has stopped now, not abruptly, but gently, as if it too realized how much peace lives inside stillness when no sound needs to be made. Your hands are warm from resting against your chest, not hot, just alive with circulation that doesn't care about meaning or history. They're doing what they were meant for, holding space without needing anything in return. There's a thread of air moving through the room, just enough current to make fabric shift slightly at the foot of the bed. Not from breeze, but because something deep inside is settling into place again. You don't have to choose between any version of yourself. You aren't split. You're whole just as you are, made up of things that happened and ones that didn't, memories both sharp and blurred, dreams kept close like letters never sent. The poem about the soldier returning home, about hands so unfamiliar they looked foreign, even in their own reflection, isn't incomplete because it lacks closure. It's complete exactly where it is, just as your breath doesn't need to be perfect for you to continue living with it inside. You are not required to carry anything forward from that life you left behind. No weight, no proof, No burden of identity tied to uniforms or ranks or commands given under pressure. The silence where those footsteps once echoed isn't empty. It's full of what wasn't chosen, just as a room is full when someone walks out and the air shifts around their absence. You didn't fail by not going. There was no test you failed. There were only doors, and each one led somewhere else. Not because one path was better, but because your body moved toward warmth instead of order. There's a small patch on the wall near the corner where paint is lifted slightly at the edges, like skin peeling back from something that once pressed too hard against it. It doesn't show much, just enough to suggest pressure had been there before you noticed. You've never looked closely before. Now, even as your eyes drift over it again, you don't need to know why. The shape of the lift is not a symbol. It's just an old mark on plaster, like how time settles into surfaces without explanation. The rhythm of your breath has changed slightly since you began lying still. No longer shallow or quick with effort, but deeper now, as if something inside you finally found room to settle into its own pace. It doesn't need to be measured against anything else. There's no standard for how slow is enough or deep enough. Just the fact that it continues without demand. You were once taught a poem about waiting, how long one can stand at a gate before realizing the door never closes on its own. But you weren't meant to wait. You were meant to turn away when something else called louder than duty. That call didn't come in words. It came in the way your chest tightened, not from fear, but recognition. This is where I belong, even if no one else knows the name of the place. The floorboards are quiet now, not because they're still, but because their creaks have slowed into a rhythm of rest. They remember movement, yes, but not the kind that demands response. Just the soft settling of wood after days of carrying weight without complaint. You've seen houses like this, where every surface bears witness to habits long forgotten. The way a chair leans slightly when no one sits on it anymore, or how curtains hang differently in rooms where light arrives at irregular times. You don't need to feel proud about what you didn't do, nor do you have to mourn it. The absence of that life isn't an error. It's just another shape formed by choice. You didn't choose silence out of cowardice. You chose presence, yourself, in a place where poetry was allowed to grow without permission. There's a book on the nightstand, with pages turned just past the middle. Not from reading at all, but because something paused between sentences and never resumed. The spine is cracked at one corner, not from use, but from sitting too long in stillness after the last thought had passed through. You don't need to know if you were right. You only need to know that your hands are resting where they are now. Warm, open, holding nothing, and that this moment doesn't require justification. The ceiling hasn't changed. It's not watching. It doesn't care about lines drawn in dust or cracks spreading like roots through forgotten walls. But it holds everything. The shape of your shadow when the lamp flickered off last week. The way light bent just before you closed your eyes tonight. It remembers every breath, every shift, every unspoken word that floated above and never landed. There was a time when every decision felt like stepping into a field where minds were buried under grass. Each choice a risk of explosion or collapse. But now, the ground beneath isn't mined. It's just soil. Soft, quiet, indifferent to whether you walk straight or curl sideways through it. Your body knows more than your mind does about what feels true. When you lie here with hands over chest and eyes closed, there's no need to explain why this is enough. You don't have to prove anything by being somewhere else, or by having done something different. A single thread of light slips under the doorframe. Thin, not bright. Just enough to suggest that outside still exists in motion. But it doesn't matter where it comes from or what lies beyond. It's only there because the world keeps breathing, and some parts don't stop, even when no one is watching. You've been told stories about men who never returned, not lost, but simply gone forward without looking back. Not out of cruelty, but because they were already elsewhere in their hearts. You're not that man. But you are someone who stayed, who chose to stay, and stayed in a way that wasn't passive. It was deliberate, quiet, full. The memory of the uniform isn't sharp anymore. Not like it used to be when you thought about it at night. When the mind clung to images with urgency. Now, when you remember it, it's not real. The colors are duller. The weight imagined rather than felt. It exists only as a shape in your mind, like an echo of sound from far away. And that's enough. Not more. Not less. There was no grand ceremony for leaving. It wasn't marked by tears or declarations or farewells. You just stopped going to meetings, stopped answering calls. Let the paper trail fade into quiet. The silence wasn't rejection. It was acceptance of a different kind of loyalty, one that didn't need medals but did need honesty. You've sat in rooms where people spoke about duty and service as if they were one thing, when really they are many, some loud, some soft, some invisible, until you feel them pressing against your ribs. You learn there's no single definition for what it means to serve. Some wear uniforms. Others teach children how to read poems that don't have answers. The wind has returned, not strong, not steady, but enough to lift the corner of a sheet just slightly, like air stirring through sleep without waking. The motion isn't purposeful. It's just movement, passing through space as if it belongs there and doesn't need permission. Your feet are bare on the blanket, cool at first, then warming where your skin meets fabric. You don't have to decide whether that warmth is enough or too little. It simply is. There was a bird once perched on the sill outside, just for an hour, and you watched it through the glass without speaking. It didn't know your name. You didn't know its kind. But there was no need for names. The moment lasted only as long as birds do. Brief, quiet, full of nothing but presence. You don't have to remember everything about what you left behind. Not even the sound of a drill sergeant's voice or the way boots clicked in unison down a corridor. Some things fade not because they were wrong, but because they no longer fit where your body is now. Your mind has slowed, not collapsed, but settled like water after storm. It doesn't need to search anymore. There's nothing it needs to fix, no truth it must uncover, no version of you that should be different than this one. There's a thread in the blanket near your knee, slightly frayed at the end, but not broken, not yet. And even if it unravels slowly over time, it still holds together enough for warmth and sleep. You've read poems about soldiers returning home to find their houses gone, or families who no longer recognize them. But you didn't return. You never went in the first place. You stayed in a town where people forgot names, not because they were careless, but because life moved slowly there, like leaves drifting down a quiet street with no one rushing to pick them up. You've thought about what it would have been like, how different your hands might be now if you'd worn medals instead of teaching grammar. But that's not the point. The point is this. Your hands are here. They're warm. They're still. And they don't need to prove anything by being elsewhere. There's a faint scent in the air, not from flowers or food, but from something older, deeper, a trace of dust mixed with wood and time. It doesn't belong to any one place. It belongs to all places where nothing changes much for years at a time. The way your fingers rest now, just slightly curled into the hollow of your palms, is how you've come to know stillness as something that doesn't require effort, not a pose, not a performance, a shape your body remembers from before. Words had names for it. You didn't choose this moment. It chose you. Like rain choosing where to fall on an old roof without asking permission. The light has left the room completely. No trace of street lamp or moon in the glass. But that's not emptiness. It's just another kind of presence, one that doesn't need reflection to exist. You've thought about uniforms before, not as clothes, but as decisions made long ago by someone else who was certain they knew your path. But now you see it differently. Some people wear their choices like armor. Others let them slip through fingers unnoticed. You didn't abandon the army because you hated service, just because the kind of service that asked for silence in return for obedience wasn't what made your chest rise when you breathed. There's a difference between being needed and feeling needed. One can be given, the other is felt. Like heat from a window on a cold day. There was once an old map in your father's drawer. Faded blue lines drawn over places that no longer exist. Not erased, just forgotten. The borders shifted so slowly, you couldn't tell when they changed. Only that things looked different after years had passed. You thought about how your life might have been if you'd followed the line on that map. The one marked with a single red dot near a lake that doesn't appear on any current chart. But then again, the dots weren't real either. Not in the way people believe maps hold truth. They're just markers for what someone believed mattered at some point. You don't have to carry that belief now. The map isn't yours. You aren't responsible for where it leads or whether it's accurate. That kind of responsibility belongs to another time, another version of you who still thought answers could be found in straight lines and rank insignias. Your breathing has slowed without notice. It hasn't stopped. It just doesn't need to rush anymore. Each inhale is not a search. Each exhale isn't a release. They're simply motions that happen as naturally as the dust settling on your nightstand, where no one touches it for months, and it stays undisturbed until another season passes. You remember the weight of a pack, how it pressed into your shoulders in training drills, when you were told to march with it uphill without pause. The burden wasn't just physical. It was expectation. That feeling is still there, not as memory, but as texture beneath current awareness. But now, it doesn't define you. It's not even an echo anymore. It's like a footprint in sand, visible only for the moment it exists before the tide takes it away. There's no urgency to reassemble who you might have been. No need to cross-reference your choices with any imagined version of yourself that wears medals and stands at attention on parade grounds. You don't owe anyone an explanation, not even to yourself. Not every life has to be justified by its destination. Some are journeys made simply because they were walked. You've taught students who asked if poems had meaning. You told them only what you knew. That meaning isn't something a poem gives you. It's something you find while reading it. And sometimes, the most important part of a line is not what it says, but how long you pause before speaking it aloud. That hesitation, just enough to feel your breath catch, is where truth settles. You never needed to wear a uniform to understand courage. You've stood in front of classrooms, full of silence and spoken sentences that meant nothing at first. But after 3 weeks, someone would look up from their notebook and say something like, "I think I get it now." And that was enough. Not applause, not recognition, just the quiet confirmation that a connection had been made. There's no need to compare what you've done with what might have happened if you'd stayed. Comparison is not a mirror. It's noise, an argument between versions of yourself who never met and can't agree on anything but regret. The ceiling above you isn't waiting for your approval. It doesn't care about the decisions that shaped you or the ones left behind. Its cracks aren't signs of failure. They're just part of its history, like scars from old water damage or footsteps pressed into drywall long ago. You don't have to fix them. You don't even have to name them. There's a soft weight across your chest, your own hand now resting there, not demanding anything, not trying to hold on. It doesn't need to be heavier than it is. It isn't holding back the past. It's just being present in this moment. Warm, quiet, unburdened by purpose. You've walked paths that led nowhere, and still they were real. You've spoken words no one heard, and still they mattered because you said them. And if you ever doubted what you chose, it wasn't because the other path was better. It's because both were true in their own way. And truth doesn't need to be shared to exist. The wind is gone now. The sheet lies flat again. There's no movement at all. Not even a tremor from distant traffic or creaking wood. Just silence that isn't empty, but full of the kind of stillness that comes after something has finished being searched for. You don't need closure. You don't need clarity. You don't need to know whether you made the right choice, or if it was even a choice at all, or just the slow unfolding of who you were always meant to become. There's a pencil on your bedside table, its tip worn down from use, its wood cracked near the eraser. It doesn't have to write anything anymore. No poem needs to be finished. No sentence has to land perfectly. The act of writing was never about completion. It was about presence, being there while words formed. You've taught students how poems can live in pauses, the spaces between lines where meaning grows without being named. You didn't teach them that because you believed they'd understand it. but because you needed to say it out loud yourself. And now, here you're living the pause. The dark isn't trying to hide anything from you. It's not waiting for you to wake up so it can reveal secrets. It simply is. Like your breath, like your hands on your chest, like the way time passes without being noticed until something breaks its rhythm. You don't have to carry memories of drill halls or barracks or ranks and formations. You don't even need to remember what they felt like anymore. The mind forgets not because it's weak, but because it knows what matters and what doesn't. There was a book on your desk last year, thin, bound in cloth, with no title. You found it in a thrift store near the edge of town where nothing ever changes much. It had poems you'd never heard before, and none of them made sense at first. But after reading one each night for weeks, something shifted. Not in your understanding, but in how you moved through the day. You didn't need to understand every word. You just needed to read until your eyes grew tired and your thoughts softened. And that's still true now. There's a warmth spreading up from your lower back, just enough to remind you of where your body touches the mattress, not pressing down, but simply lying there, as if it belongs in this moment without needing proof. You don't have to prove anything by being somewhere else. You're here. Your hands are still. Your breath is slow. The room holds you, not with walls or ceiling, but with silence that doesn't demand response. There's no need to feel guilty for walking away from something that asked so much of your loyalty. Loyalty isn't always given through duty. Sometimes it comes in the form of choosing not to serve someone else's idea of what matters. Choosing instead to listen to a quiet voice inside you that says, I don't want this. Not anymore. That voice wasn't wrong. It was just honest. And honesty doesn't have to be loud or dramatic to be valid. You are lying still enough that your body feels like a shape remembered from sleep, rather than something awake. The weight of your arms is not heavy. It's just there, resting on your chest like an old promise you never made to yourself. You don't need to lift them. You don't need to push against anything. There's no reason to move because the air around you isn't pressing in or pulling away, just holding its breath beside you. Outside, a train passes through town at the edge of hearing, not loud enough to break silence, not quiet enough to vanish completely. It hums for 3 seconds and then fades into the dark like a memory that doesn't want to be let go, but can't stay either. You don't have to know where it's going, or why it stops at certain points on its route. The rails stretch further than you've ever walked, deeper than any map you've studied. But right now, they're not calling you. There was a moment last winter when the snow fell sideways for hours, and you stood by your window, watching flakes hit the glass in uneven bursts, some slow, some sharp, and thought about how no two were alike. even though they all came from the same storm. You didn't write it down. You just watched until your shoulders relaxed without meaning to. That kind of noticing wasn't useful for anything. It didn't lead anywhere or prove anything, but it was real, and that's enough. The light under your door has gone out, not because you turned it off. No one did, but because the world outside decided not to shine through anymore. The dark isn't waiting to be chased away. It doesn't care if you're afraid of what lies beneath or beyond it. You aren't being tested. Nothing depends on whether you understand this moment. You are not responsible for making sense of anything now. Not even your own life. There's no test, no final grade, no report card handed back with a number that means something. The only thing required is to be here, not in any heroic way, not as an act of courage or surrender, but simply present enough to feel the rise and fall of your ribs. The mattress doesn't remember whether you once stood at attention in formation or sat cross-legged on a floor, reading words aloud from someone else's notebook. It only knows how warm you are right now when you lie still, how soft your skin is against cotton sheets that have worn down to a whisper over years. You don't need to recall the color of the uniform you wore, or whether it fit better than other ones. You don't need to remember how your voice sounded at morning roll call, or if anyone ever looked back when you walked away. The past doesn't hold on unless you tell it to. And right now, there's no story being told. There's a small crack in the ceiling just above where your head lies. The kind of mark that wasn't made by force, but slowly grew over time as walls settled into their own rhythm. You used to stare at it every night, wondering if it was growing or shrinking, whether it meant something about the building or just how things change when no one watches closely enough. Now, you don't even see it. Not because your eyes have closed, but because they're not trying anymore. The silence is beginning to feel like a place where thoughts can rest, without being judged for staying too long or leaving too soon. You don't need to keep them moving. You don't need to organize them into meaning. They can sit in the corners of awareness like old shoes left by the door, no longer needed, but not thrown out either. There's a book on your desk that hasn't been opened since February. It has no cover, and its pages are loose at one corner from being handled too often. You don't know what it says anymore. You only remember how the edges felt between your fingers when you flipped through them late at night, reading lines out loud because they sounded right, even if they meant nothing. You didn't keep that book for answers. You kept it because holding something that refused to explain itself made you feel less alone in not knowing. And now, with no one around to listen or respond, the same thing is happening again. The silence isn't empty. It's full of all the things you never said and don't need to say. No one will ever ask why you left. No tribunal, no letter, no photograph found in a drawer that forces an explanation. There are no records demanding truth from you. You were never on trial. Not for choosing poetry over orders. Not for choosing stillness over speed. The only judgment was your own, and it didn't come from logic or duty. It came from how much easier breathing felt when you weren't wearing someone else's idea of yourself. You don't have to defend what happened in the past. You don't need to show proof that this life is valid, because it doesn't require permission to exist. A single breath can be enough. One moment where your body isn't fighting against its own weight or trying to become something other than what it is, just being, without needing to be seen. There was a time when you thought clarity meant knowing exactly why you did things. But now you understand that sometimes the most honest thing you can do is not know, and still keep walking anyway. The sky hasn't changed color since earlier tonight. It's still dark, but it doesn't feel like night anymore. Not in any measurable way. The hours have passed without clocks marking them. Time isn't a line. It's more like a room, with no doors and windows that never open or close just right. You're not inside time. You're part of its quiet rhythm. There's an old sweater hanging on the back of your chair, the one with the hole near the elbow from when you wore it too long in cold weather. It doesn't smell like anything now. No perfume, no soap, no trace of who once wore it. Just wool and time, and a shape that remembers how arms fit inside. You don't need to wear it again. You don't even have to think about it. But its presence is enough. A reminder that some things stay because they were loved once, not because they're useful now. And you are like that sweater. Not perfect, not whole, but still here, still in the room, still part of something larger than any single decision or direction. You don't have to carry regret like a weapon. You don't need to hold shame like armor. There's no reason to punish yourself for walking away from something you weren't meant to stay in, even if it looked right at first glance. The path you didn't take wasn't wrong, because it led elsewhere. It was different. And that difference mattered only to those who believed all paths must converge toward the same end. But they don't. Some roads are built for marching. Some are made for stopping. And some exist just to be walked slowly, without purpose or direction, until you realize you've already arrived somewhere, just not where you expected. The room doesn't care if your hands used to hold rifles or pens. It only knows that they're resting now, and that's enough. Your breathing slows again, not because you told it to, but because the air is soft tonight. Not thin like mountain wind, not thick with pressure from storms, just calm, like water after waves have passed, still moving beneath the surface, but smooth on top. There's a sound outside, a single bird calling once, far off, not in greeting or warning, just announcing its presence without asking for anything back. It doesn't need you to answer. It doesn't want your attention. It only wanted to be heard by something that could hear it at all. And maybe that's what this is. A moment where the world says, I exist, and waits not for response, but for stillness, to know that someone else is listening, even if they don't reply. You aren't being asked to fix anything. You aren't required to decide or choose again. There's no need to prove you're worthy of peace by earning it through sacrifice or service. Peace isn't earned. It's allowed. And right now, you are allowing it. You are lying still enough that even your pulse feels like a quiet thing. Something that doesn't demand attention, just exists beside you, like an old friend who's learned to stay silent when needed. The ceiling above isn't watching you, nor is it judging the way you've arranged your hands or how long they've stayed there. It has no memory of your movements. It only knows what light hits it and what shadow passes over it. And tonight, that's enough. There was a moment once, just before dawn maybe, when the air felt heavy, not with pressure, but with possibility, not promise, not expectation, just the thickness of something about to happen without needing to explain itself. You stood in a hallway you no longer recognize, one foot on each side of a threshold that didn't lead anywhere obvious. One path was lit by memory, boots on stone, orders shouted into cold air, insignias stitched with precision, rifles held like extensions of the body. The other had no name yet, just paper and ink spilled across tables in late afternoons, voices rising gently over poems read aloud to students who leaned forward, not because they were required, but because something inside them stirred. You stepped through that door anyway, not out of defiance, not from sudden clarity. You stepped because the silence between breaths had become too loud. Because being part of a system built for obedience made your chest ache in ways no uniform ever could. There was dignity in discipline, but you'd already carried it long enough to know what it felt like when that same discipline started erasing parts of yourself. You didn't walk away from the military because you were weak or afraid. You walked away because something deeper than courage had taken root. A quiet knowing that your voice mattered more where it wasn't supposed to be heard. that being seen for who you truly were, someone who measured time in metaphors, not drills, was worth losing everything else. And now, here tonight, with the room holding its breath and the world beyond muffled by distance and sleep, there's no need to prove that choice was valid. No one is waiting to file a report on your life's trajectory or compare it against any standard you once thought mattered. What happened in that barracks, what you wore, what rank you might have achieved, they don't define this moment. This moment isn't about the path left behind. It's just about lying here and feeling the warmth of your own hands resting where they are. There's a slight indentation beneath one palm, small, unnoticeable, unless you press down with intent, like the shape that remains after someone sits on a sofa too long. You don't need to name it. You don't have to wonder whether it means anything, or if it should be filled in somehow. It just is. The imprint of where pressure met skin and held for a while before releasing. You're not responsible for every echo of your past. Not the way people looked at you when you wore that uniform. Not how your voice changed on parade grounds. Not even the dreams that still come sometimes. Brief flashes of marching in formation under unfamiliar stars, or standing at attention during drills that never end. Those aren't failures of memory. They're just pieces of a life lived before this one began. The room isn't asking you to reconcile them. It's not demanding closure or confession or any kind of formal accounting. You can let those images drift like smoke through open windows. No need to catch them. No obligation to say goodbye. Your breathing is slow now, not forced into rhythm, but following the natural pull of air moving in and out, as if gravity itself has softened enough to allow it. There's a threadbare blanket on your legs, not heavy enough to weigh you down, just warm where it touches skin. You don't have to decide whether you want more warmth or less. You only need to feel what is already here. There was a book once, old, spine cracked, pages yellowed at the edges, that sat on a desk in your first classroom. It wasn't assigned. No syllabus mentioned it. It just appeared one morning, left behind by someone who didn't come back. You read parts of it slowly, word by word, not because you had to understand everything, but because certain lines felt like they'd been written for moments exactly like this. When the mind is quiet enough to hear itself. You never returned that book. It stayed on your desk for years. Eventually, it disappeared. Not stolen, not lost, but simply gone one day, as if it had fulfilled its purpose and stepped away without notice. You don't remember what happened to it after, but you remember how it felt. The weight of paper in your hands, the way light fell across its pages at afternoon. Some things leave behind only a sensation, not memory, not trace, but an impression that lingers like scent or temperature. like the feeling of standing barefoot on cold tile when the sun first comes through a window and warms one spot just enough to make you shift your weight. You don't know why you did it then, or what made that moment matter, but now, years later, you still feel it. There's no reason to retrace every choice. No need to ask whether things would have turned out better if you'd stayed in uniform, or if you'd chosen some third path entirely, one with names and maps and clear destinations. You're not meant to know that. Not tonight. The question doesn't have answers. It has only silence. And silence isn't empty. It's full of what was never said aloud, of things carried quietly beneath the surface, of lives lived in parallel without ever meeting. Your life didn't split into two. It just turned slightly, like a door opening inward instead of outward. And sometimes that kind of turning is all it takes. The darkness around you isn't cold. It's not hungry or waiting to consume anything. It simply is, deep and unbroken and full of space. You don't need to fill it with meaning or stories. You only need to be in it, as you are, breathing, still, present. There's a sound from outside again, not the bird this time, but something softer, like wind passing through tall grass just beyond trees that aren't quite close enough to see. It moves slowly across the field behind your house, not rushing anywhere, not seeking anything in particular, just moving because it can, because motion is its nature, and you are allowed to move without direction too, to be here without needing a reason. You don't have to justify being alive by how long or hard you've walked. No one has asked for your resume of survival. Your existence isn't measured in rank, awards, or service logs. It's not even measured at all. You can rest. Not because you've earned it, not after doing something significant, but simply because the world continues to turn, and so do you. Quietly, steadily, without fanfare. There's a drawer in your desk that hasn't been opened in years. You don't remember why you stopped using it, or what might be inside. Maybe old letters, maybe forgotten pens, maybe something with no name at all. But you aren't going to open it tonight. Not because you're afraid of what you'll find, but because you've already decided that some things are better left undisturbed. The past isn't a cage. It's not even a shadow. It's just a part of the room. The way light falls at certain angles in late afternoon, or how dust moves slowly through air when no one is stirring it up. You don't have to clean it out. You don't need to rearrange it. You are allowed to forget things. To lose details about uniforms you once wore, ranks you almost earned, names of people who stood beside you during drills that feel like dreams now. That's not failure. It's release. There's a certain kind of stillness in the mind when it stops trying to fix itself, to explain why one path was chosen over another. or what would have happened if different decisions had been made. That kind of stillness isn't empty. It's full of room for things that don't need labels, feelings without names, sensations that aren't tied to memory. You are not obligated to understand everything you've done. You're only required to be here now, with your hands resting where they are, with the air moving gently through your chest, with the weight of your body lying in a way that feels like trust. You are lying in a shape that feels familiar now, like the curve of your body has settled into something older than intention, something that remembers how to rest without permission. The air is not heavy, nor light. It's just there, filling the space between you and everything else. It moves through your mouth when you breathe out, warm and quiet, and returns again as coolness on your skin. You don't need to hold it in or let it go. It simply passes through, like a thread pulled slowly across fabric that no longer needs fixing. There's a sound outside the window now, not wind this time, not grass, but the soft rustle of something small brushing against the edge of the lawn. Maybe an animal passing too close to the fence line, or just leaves sliding over soil. It doesn't stop for anything, doesn't announce itself. It moves like a memory that slips through your fingers before you can name it. You don't need to follow it. You're not being called. The ceiling above you is no longer a surface to stare at. It's become part of the quiet in which things exist without explanation. The way paint chips have settled into patterns over time, like tiny islands forming where nothing should be growing. They've never been repaired, and they don't need to be. You could trace them with your eyes if you wanted, but there's no pattern worth reading, no message hidden behind the cracks. You're not looking for meaning in those marks, not tonight. There's a certain peace that comes when you stop asking what something means. When you accept that some things just are, like the way shadows stretch differently at different hours, or how your breath slows without effort, like water sinking into earth until it no longer needs to rise. There was a jacket once, not one you wore every day, but one you kept hanging in the back of the closet for years after leaving service. Blue wool, too stiff to be comfortable, with brass buttons that never stayed shiny. You remember taking it out once during winter, not because you needed warmth, but because something inside you wanted proof. I was someone who wore this. But then you put it back. Not out of shame, out of recognition. It wasn't the jacket that defined you. It wasn't even the uniform itself. It was what happened in between. How your hands felt after hours of handling weapons. How silence sounded when no one spoke for long stretches during training drills. The way time stretched and bent at certain moments, like a rubber band pulled too far before snapping back. But that's not why you left. You didn't leave because you failed to become something grander. You left because becoming anything in that world felt like losing yourself, like stepping into a role so precise it erased everything else about who you were beneath the insignia and orders. And somewhere along the way, you realized there was no point in learning how to command others if you couldn't still hear your own voice. You weren't running away from duty. You were returning to listening. That's what teaching poetry became. Not a replacement for anything else, but an invitation to pay attention again, to notice the way a single line of verse can shift the air around it, like someone whispering something true in a room full of noise. You didn't teach because you had answers. You taught because you remembered how it felt when meaning wasn't handed down. It emerged slowly, quietly, from a pause between two words. There are poems on your desk right now that haven't been read aloud for weeks. Not because they're forgotten, but because they don't demand to be spoken. They rest like stones at the bottom of a stream, seen sometimes, felt more than known. One begins with the word almost. Another ends without punctuation. You could sit beside them and not say anything at all. And that's okay. There are rooms in your house where you've stopped going, not because they're dangerous or haunted, but because they no longer need you. The study upstairs has a chair turned sideways, as if someone once sat there to think, then left mid-thought. No book on the table. Dust gathering gently across its surface. It doesn't matter that it's untouched. What matters is that it was occupied once, and now it holds space without needing anything more. You don't have to return. You don't have to explain why you stopped coming up here, or what thoughts lived in this chair before they dissolved into stillness. The silence isn't empty, because nothing happened. It's full of all the things that didn't need names. Conversations not spoken, letters not sent, walks taken without direction. You're allowed to forget some parts of your own story, not as loss, but as release. Like letting go of a thread you've been holding for too long, even though it still has weight in your palm. You don't have to pull it tight anymore. It can just fall. There's something about the way light hits the floor at night. How shadows stretch and blur near walls when no one is watching them shift. They don't care if they're seen or not. They exist without approval. You could lie here for hours and nothing would change. And that's fine. Not because you've made peace with everything. Not because your choices are final. But because the act of lying still, of letting your body sink into its own shape, is enough. It doesn't require meaning to be valid. It only requires presence. There was a moment once when you stood in front of a mirror after taking off your uniform for good, and you didn't recognize yourself. Not immediately, not from the face, but from the stillness behind it. You had been carrying something heavier than gear. Expectation. A version of who you were supposed to be. And when that was gone, there was space. Space not for anything grand, just space. And in that space, you started writing poems instead of reports. Not because one was better than the other, but because words could breathe. There's a notebook tucked beneath your pillow now, not opened since last spring. You don't need to look inside it. The pages are not waiting for completion. They're already full of lines that didn't make sense at the time, of thoughts half-formed in candlelight, of sentences interrupted by silence, by wind, by someone else's voice coming from another room. It doesn't matter if they're good or bad. It only matters that you wrote them. And now they rest like seeds beneath soil, waiting not for sunlight, but simply for time to pass. Your hands are still where they were earlier, not gripping anything, not trying to hold on, just resting. That's enough. There's a certain kind of trust in letting your arms stay open like that, with nothing to catch or carry. It's not weakness. It's not surrender. It's an acknowledgement. I don't need to do anything right now. Not even think about what I've done before or what might come after. Just be. The room is quiet again. No wind, no animal, no distant sound from the road. Only your breath, steady and soft, like something that has learned how to move without urgency. You don't need to figure out which life was more real. You don't have to decide whether one version of you was more true than another. There's not a single rule book that says what it means to be you. There are no badges for authenticity, no exam passed or failed. Your body knows how to lie down. Your mind knows how to stop searching. And the night, this long, slow expanse between one end and the next, is already full of things that don't need naming. The weight of your legs on the mattress, the soft curve where your shoulder meets your arm, the way air moves through the hollow behind your ribs when you exhale. You are not required to understand how you got here, or why this moment is happening now. You're only asked to stay here, now, not as a duty, but as an act of quiet return. The past isn't something you must carry forward. It's just part of the air in which you exist. The same way dust floats through sunlight without needing to land anywhere. There are still questions, yes, but they don't need answers tonight. Not even one word. They can simply be there, like shadows on a wall, not demanding light or explanation. You're allowed to rest without measuring your worth by what you've done or left undone. You're still here, just as you were a moment ago, or perhaps 5 minutes before that, though time has stopped meaning anything beyond what your body remembers. Warmth beneath skin, air entering softly through nostrils, the slow release of breath, like something letting go after holding its shape too long. The ceiling above is not thinking about you. It doesn't remember your name, and it never will. That's how things are meant to be. The wall does not care if you're afraid or certain. Whether you've walked away from a rank that once felt like home, or stayed when every instinct said run, none of this changes what the plaster knows. Its job is just to stay still. There was a map in your office once. Just one corner of it hung on the wall behind your desk. And if you looked at it long enough, not with intention, but simply by letting eyes drift over lines and colors like thoughts passing through water, you could see how many roads converged into places that didn't exist anymore. Not even names left for them now, just gaps between towns where someone else's story had begun or ended without any ceremony. You used to trace those routes sometimes with your finger when no one was watching, just tracing the path from point A to B. Not because you needed directions, but because it felt like a way of touching something that wasn't there anymore. Now nothing moves except what needs to. Air shifting between ribs, blood moving in quiet loops beneath skin. There is no urgency behind any motion. You are allowed stillness without apology. No need for explanation why your hands stay where they lie across the center of you, like two small things surrendered to gravity. Your chest rises and falls, as if it has forgotten how not to breathe. There's a scent in here, faint but real. A memory almost, but not one tied to anything specific. Maybe laundry soap from years ago, or dry paper at dawn. Something that doesn't belong anywhere now except this space between sleep and waking, where nothing needs identification. It drifts through your awareness like smoke without fire, present only because it is present. You don't have to decide if the life you chose was truer than the one left behind, or whether someone else might be living in its shadow right now, with a different name but the same posture when standing at attention. No need for comparison between versions of yourself who exist somewhere outside time. Those people are not real anymore, except as echoes that pass through your mind like wind over stones. What matters is what remains under pressure. This weight on your legs, how they settle into fabric without effort. The slight indentation where your hip meets mattress after hours lying still. These details aren't signs of being alive. They're just facts about bodies resting in darkness. No meaning attached to them except their quiet persistence. A book once lay open beside you, pages turned by someone else's hands long ago, and though it hasn't been touched since, the way its spine curved slightly downward speaks not of where, but balance. How some things hold shape even when no one is looking after them. That kind of patience isn't earned. It just happens. You don't need to know if your voice would have carried differently in a different uniform, whether you'd sound older or softer, louder or quieter. But there's value in letting that question stay unasked. Not because it has been resolved, but simply because not asking is itself an act of release. Like dropping something heavy into water and watching it sink without following. Your left foot twitches once, not sharply, just a small shift, as if testing the air before deciding to remain still again. The movement doesn't mean anything, except that your body remembers how motion feels when there's no reason for it at all. The silence isn't empty. It holds its own weight now. It moves like fog through trees not yet awake, slow and full of waiting, but never demanding arrival. You're inside the quiet already, so deeply in fact that even thought seems to hesitate before stepping forward into your mind. You don't need permission to feel what you're feeling. Not relief at having walked away from duty without fanfare, not sorrow for things left unearned or unsaid during those years under command and code. You are allowed the space between emotions, no obligation to choose one over another, no requirement that sadness must be followed by healing. There was a time when every decision felt like stepping into light with eyes wide open. But now you understand. Some choices don't shine at all. They settle quietly in places where only breath remembers them. The kind of moments not worth recording because they're too ordinary to matter, except as part of the weight that makes up your bones. Your skin still carries traces, faint lines, warmth, patterns from how often it pressed against leather or wool during cold mornings before sunrise. Not memories exactly, but textures imprinted like soft scars on something already healed over. The air in this room doesn't know you're thinking about anything at all. It floats through corners and gaps without judging whether your thoughts are useful, wise, dangerous. Just carries them along until they dissolve into stillness again. You could lie here for another hour or two and not think of poetry, nor uniforms, nor the way sunlight hit a certain barracks window in spring when you first realized something inside had broken loose. You don't need to connect those moments together. There's no pattern required between them beyond their existence side by side. There is comfort too, not happiness, but presence, like that which comes from knowing your body fits its bed perfectly, as if it were carved for this exact shape of rest. A sound outside, just one bird calling once in the distance. Not loud enough to wake you or disturb sleep's edge. Just a single note rising through dark trees and falling back into silence without reply. It didn't ask anything from anyone. It only happened, and that was sufficient. No answer needed when no question is spoken aloud. No explanation for why some thoughts drift closer than others, like leaves caught in currents, too slow to move them far, but just enough to shift their position slightly on the ground. You're not required to choose between who you were and who might have been, because those versions aren't separate anymore. They've merged into something softer, not better or worse, but simply different ways of being present when there is nothing else to do except breathe, wait, let go. The fabric beneath your back holds the impression of where your spine arches slightly upward between shoulder blades. A quiet curve that needs no correction because it's already right as it is. You don't need to fix yourself or return anything you lost. There was never a version meant for repair. There's something in this moment not about having chosen correctly, but simply being allowed space after the choosing ended. The kind of pause where even time slows down enough so that motion becomes its own reason, rather than serving some future purpose. Your right hand rests flat against your chest, not pressed hard, just resting. The weight is gentle, like holding a small bird without knowing if it's alive or not, but still keeping warmth near, because the act itself matters more than any outcome. You don't have to name what this feeling means. If you're grateful for walking away from service, whether that choice was brave or foolish, how much of your identity remains tied to things said in meetings behind closed doors? All those questions can remain unanswered, not as failure, but simply because they are no longer necessary at all. There's a warmth where two sheets meet near the foot of the bed, just one spot worn thin by years of lying still during long nights like this. It doesn't matter if it was ever important. It just is now. Part of your body's map, another place that knows you without needing words. The darkness around you isn't cold or empty. It's full, not with meaning, but presence, like the silence after a song ends and someone has forgotten to turn off the light. Not waiting for something new, but simply holding space so everything else can exist within its limits. You don't have to remember every name, event, face from that time in uniform. Even if part of you wonders whether they'd recognize you now without your insignia or posture. That doesn't matter either, because recognition isn't the point anymore. Existence is enough. You are lying where you've been for a long time, just slightly turned toward the wall, enough that your ear is pressed against the cool side of the pillow, not quite touching it, just close enough to hear the quiet hum beneath all sounds, the slow pulse of insulation in the walls, the faint creaking of wood settling under its own weight. There's no wind tonight, but you can still feel how air moves through spaces that aren't meant for motion, how things breathe even when nothing is stirring. The shape of your head against the pillow isn't permanent. It changes with each breath, like a footprint in snow, not quite erased, but softened by time and pressure alone. That room holds memories without naming them. Each shadow cast by the nightlight's glow has its own history, though none would be recognizable to anyone else. One patch of floor near the baseboard is lighter than the rest, because it was once where your boots stood for years, when you first learned how to stand still in uniform. Now they're gone, left behind like old tools, abandoned after a job ends, and no one comes to collect them. You don't need to look at that place. It doesn't call out or demand attention. It simply remains, the way some corners of the world hold on to what was never meant to stay. There is a rhythm in this stillness that isn't tied to any beat you've ever followed before. Not military cadence, not classroom timing, not even the steady rise and fall of your own chest, though those are present too. This is quieter than all of them, slower than memory, deeper than thought. It's the kind of rhythm that lives between heartbeats when neither action nor decision has taken hold yet. You could be anywhere right now, not just in this house or this town, but not far enough away to feel unanchored. There's a distance here that isn't about miles. It's about how much you've stopped needing confirmation from the outside world to know where you are. You don't have to check your reflection. Don't need to hear your name spoken aloud in order to believe it still fits. Outside, something shifts, not visibly, not audibly, but you sense it. A moment of air that feels different than the one before. Not warmer or colder, just altered. Like water moving through roots underground when no rain has fallen. It passes without marking itself. No sound, no sign. Only the softest shift in what you assume to be constant. The collar of your shirt rests against your neck now. Not tight, not loose. Just there. The fabric is thin, but worn smooth from years of being pulled over shoulders that once carried more than weight. It doesn't pull anymore. There's nothing requiring it to hold anything down. You don't have to remember the feeling of fitting into a uniform that wasn't built for comfort, only structure. There's no need to wonder whether your hands would still know how to fold themselves into precise angles, or if they'd respond instantly to orders given in silence. They're not waiting for commands. They've learned another way to rest, to unfold slowly, like leaves after a storm that never came. You don't have to decide which version of you was real. Only accept that both were true at their time and place. The one who marched is not less valid than the one who reads poems in the dim light before dawn. One didn't replace the other. They coexisted briefly, like seasons overlapping when no calendar tracks them. There's a silence behind your eyes, the kind that happens when you've stopped trying to understand everything around you and just let it be present without needing to place it somewhere. It doesn't ask for interpretation. It doesn't seek resolution. The wall near the window has a small crack, barely visible unless the light hits at exactly the wrong angle. But tonight, it's not broken. It's whole in its imperfection, like some part of you that never needed fixing, but only patience to be seen clearly. You don't have to remember how many times you stood at attention or marched down parade grounds. You only need to know this. Your body remembers what it was like to carry itself with purpose, and now it carries itself differently, not less fully, just differently. The weight is no longer measured by medals or ranks, but by the way your spine aligns without effort when you lie on your side. The air near the foot of the bed has a texture, the kind that comes from layers of cloth worn thin by long nights where nothing happened and everything mattered anyway. It's not about being useful. It's about presence, the fact that it exists, unchanged through years of motionless rest, is enough. You could lie here until morning if you wanted to, and no one would come to tell you otherwise. Not even the clock on the wall has a voice tonight. It only shows time passing without requiring anything from you in return. No alarm, no expectation, just numbers that change slowly beneath a glass face, like shadows crawling across stone. There's a part of your mind that still thinks it must choose between what could have been and what is, but it isn't leading anymore. You don't need to listen to its suggestions about which life was more meaningful or truthful. They were both real, just not at the same time. One had doors with locks you didn't want to open. The other has windows that stay ajar during winter storms, so you can hear what's outside. You're allowed to feel both. The echo of commands called out in crisp voices and the quiet sound of your own voice reading lines aloud when no one else is listening. The weight of responsibility doesn't vanish just because you walked away from it. But neither does it weigh more now than it ever did before. There's a small dent in the mattress where you've lain for years, just beside your hip. Not deep enough to matter, but noticeable if you press down with your palm. It's not an injury. It's simply a record of pressure applied again and again over time, without resistance or change. You don't need to repair it. You don't even have to know why it formed the way it did. Only accept that it exists. Like every other trace left by movement you've stopped making. There is no final answer waiting at the end of this thought. Not for who you were. Not for what might have happened if you'd stayed in service. Not for whether your choice was wise or foolish. There's only now, the way air moves behind your ribs when you exhale without thinking, how your fingers uncurl slowly as though releasing something that wasn't truly held. The darkness isn't waiting to be broken by light, nor is it afraid of being forgotten. It simply exists, full and quiet, like a room where someone once sat for hours doing nothing except breathing. You don't have to figure out what this means, or whether any meaning was ever necessary at all. You're not meant to solve anything tonight. You're only here, resting in the shape your body has carved into the world through repetition and silence. There's a warmth rising from under your feet, the kind that comes when blankets meet for too long and their fibers have learned how to share heat without speaking. It doesn't matter if it was ever intentional. What matters is that it happens anyway, softly, quietly, like something returning after being absent longer than expected, but never truly gone. Your thoughts don't need permission to drift, only space to move through the air like dust in sunlight, not seeking a destination, just existing as they are. There's no obligation to remember every detail of training drills or long nights on duty. No command to keep any part of yourself alive, except what you feel right now, the way your skin knows its own temperature, how your breath stays steady, even when nothing else does. You don't have to explain why one path felt necessary and the other felt inevitable. You only need to allow that both were possible and equally real in their time. There's a quiet between heartbeats where you're not thinking about anything at all, just being present with the fact of your body lying on its bed, covered by sheets that have grown used to your shape over years and years of staying still while everything else moved outside. You're lying where you've lain for years, and the shape of your body has settled into the fabric like a name carved into wood, soft, slow, not meant to be erased. The air above you is still enough that dust motes don't drift so much as hang, suspended in the space between what was and what could still become. There's no rush to decide whether this moment matters more than any other. You're simply here, and your presence has already shaped the silence around you. The memory of uniforms doesn't come with a sound. No boots on concrete, no ranks called out, but with weight. The kind that settles in the collarbone when someone else is deciding what your arms should do next. It's not sharp, but deep, like something buried under layers of felt and wool, waiting for warmth to remind it how to move again. You don't need to pull it up. You can let it stay where it is, underneath you, in the quiet between breaths. There was a time when your hands were trained to hold things steady. Rifles, maps, silence during orders. Now they rest with fingers splayed across your chest, not gripping anything, just holding space for what comes next. They don't remember how to be useful in that way anymore, nor do they feel like failure for forgetting. It's only the body remembering patterns it no longer needs. Outside, something shifts. A branch brushes against glass. A car passes on a road you can't see. But even those sounds are not interruptions. They're just part of the night, breathing through walls and windows that haven't been closed in decades. The wind doesn't care whether you were supposed to be somewhere else. It moves across rooftops with no agenda, brushing against chimneys like it's testing for echoes. You don't have to trace every step back to its origin. You don't need to name the moment when the decision was made, or even if there ever was one. Some choices aren't moments at all. They're quiet collapses, slow exits from rooms no one else saw you leave. You walked out and kept walking until your footsteps stopped sounding like anything familiar. There's a book on your nightstand with pages that haven't been turned in months. It doesn't matter if it's open or closed. The words inside don't change because of you, but the shape they take in your mind does, sometimes as images, sometimes as music without melody, sometimes just warmth rising from paper like breath. The floorboards creak not with footsteps, but with time passing, each one a small shift, a tiny surrender to gravity's patient pull. You don't need to listen for it. It happens whether you notice or not. The house doesn't remind you of anything, except that things can remain whole, even when they're no longer moving. You were once asked to be someone else's certainty, someone who could stand still under pressure, whose silence was a promise. But standing still isn't the same as being fixed. It's just another way of being alive. Not reacting, not choosing, not answering, but simply holding your ground through hours that don't ask anything. The light from outside doesn't reach you anymore. Not really. The street lamp flickers sometimes, and for a moment, shadows stretch across the ceiling like hands reaching for something they can't name. But then it fades again, and the room returns to being what it always was. Not dark in spite of night, but full of its own kind of quiet. There's no need to imagine what you would have become had you stayed. No need to draw maps with different roads or trace lines through cities that don't exist anymore. You're not meant to compare. There is no scale for measuring how much life was lost versus gained. The only truth you carry now is the one your body knows. That you are here, and this breath is yours. Your lungs expand without calculation. Your ribs rise like wings that forgot they could fly. There's no goal in any of it, only motion, just motion, not for anything but itself. You're allowed to exist without justification. There was a time when your name carried weight. The way it sounded when spoken over loudspeakers. The way people paused before answering after you'd said something. Now, it doesn't echo anywhere except inside your own skull. And that's fine. There's no loss in being silent, where once there were commands. No shame in not needing to be heard. The door behind you, whatever it leads to, isn't closed, but it isn't open either. It simply is. You don't have to think about what's on the other side. Not tonight. The world outside doesn't need your permission to continue moving. Neither does your past. There are sounds in the walls, the kind that come from pipes or old nails shifting under heat. They're not messages. They're just things happening, like bird song at dawn or rain tapping a window before anyone wakes up. You don't have to listen for meaning. You only need to be aware of them as part of the night, breathing through your home. Your feet are warm beneath the blanket. Not hot, just steady, like embers that haven't gone out, but aren't trying to reignite either. The heat spreads slowly, quietly, not because it's meant to comfort you, but because that's what warmth does when given time. You don't have to decide if this life was better or worse. You only need to allow that both versions were real, not one over the other, not more valid than the other, just different paths taken at a single fork in time. One led through training halls and steel gates, the other through classrooms with peeling paint and desks where students once wrote poems they never finished. You don't have to mourn what you didn't become or celebrate what you did. You can simply accept that both lives were possible, not because of who you are now, but because of how much space there is between one choice and the next. The ceiling above you isn't a barrier. It's just surface, a place where shadows gather when light fails to reach them. But it doesn't hide anything. It only holds what passes through: breath, sound, silence, time. There's no final proof that any of this was necessary. No document signed in blood or ink. You weren't handed a certificate for choosing peace over duty, nor were you given medals for walking away from orders. But something still happened. Something real and quiet. The kind that leaves marks not on paper, but on the way your body remembers to rest. You can let go of the idea that every choice must lead somewhere meaningful. That you have to earn your right to be here by proving some point about worth or purpose or sacrifice. You don't need a reason to lie still when everything else is moving. There's no command to keep any part of yourself alive. No one's watching. The only thing that matters is the fact that you're not running anymore. Not from your past, not toward an answer, not even away from silence. The room isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It doesn't care how long you stay in this stillness. It simply holds space, like a library with books no one reads but never removes, like a kitchen where the stove hasn't been lit in years but still hums faintly when the temperature drops. Your hands are not holding anything now. They're just resting on your chest, palms open, fingers relaxed, not surrendering, not resisting, just being there without need or expectation. There's no moment that needs to be saved, no memory so important it must be protected. You can let everything stay where it is, even the ones you thought were gone for good. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't want a confession, nor an explanation. It only wants you to lie there and breathe and know that being here, just being here, is enough. The light from the street lamp outside has faded into a soft gray, like cloth left too long in the wash. It doesn't press against you anymore. It just sits there at the edge of your vision, not claiming anything, not offering warmth or warning. You don't have to name it. You don't have to wonder if it's still on or off. It is what it is, part of the quiet that has no beginning and no end. Your breath moves in and out like something drifting through water. Not urgent, not shallow, just steady, as though your body knows a rhythm you've forgotten how to think about. There's no effort behind it, no instruction. You are not trying to control the air, nor are you afraid of running out. It comes and goes on its own, like tide or wind through open windows in an empty house. You can feel the weight of your arms now, not heavy, but present. The way they lie across your chest is not a posture of defense, nor surrender. It's simply how they fall when you stop holding on to anything. Your hands are still together, though the fingers have loosened further, like roots releasing soil after rain. They don't need to grip. They don't need to hold meaning or memory. There was a moment once, just before you made your choice, not at the gate, not in the office, but somewhere between two thoughts, that you thought of standing there again, boots polished, uniform pressed, body aligned like a line drawn by someone else's hand. You remember how it felt when you stood straight for hours without moving, as if being still was an act of obedience, not because you wanted to be still, but because the posture demanded it. Your shoulders weren't yours then. They belonged to the shape they expected. But now, that version isn't a ghost haunting you. It's not standing in the room watching. It's not whispering what might have been. It's only memory, like dust on a shelf, like ink that has faded but hasn't vanished completely. You don't need to sweep it away. You don't need to keep it clean. There's another kind of stillness too, the one where nothing happens and you're not waiting for anything to happen. That's the kind you're in now, not because you've chosen peace, but because your body has simply stopped looking for proof that it belongs here. The walls aren't listening. The floor isn't judging. The ceiling doesn't remember what you wore the day you left, or whether you cried when they said goodbye. It only holds the air between you and whatever comes next, whatever that might be, if anything ever does. You can let your thoughts drift like paper boats in a slow river. No direction, no destination, just floating, turning slightly, brushing against things unseen. You don't have to follow them. You don't even need to notice when they disappear into the dark corners of the room, where light no longer reaches. The classroom you taught in, the one with the cracked window and the chipped chalkboard, still exists somewhere inside your body. Not as a place you miss or regret leaving, but as a kind of echo. How students leaned forward when someone read aloud, how silence sometimes fell, not from boredom, but from something close to wonder. How laughter rose unexpectedly after a poem that no one knew would land. You don't have to explain why it mattered. You don't need to say whether they learned anything, or if you were good enough. The fact that they sat there, eyes open, listening, was enough. It was real. And so is the life you live now. Sitting in a quiet room, no one asking for answers, nothing demanding your attention. There's a difference between being haunted and being remembered. One pulls you forward into regret or longing. The other just remains, as if time had left something behind that wasn't meant to be collected, but only felt. You don't need to reconcile the two versions of yourself. You aren't required to make them agree. You don't have to decide which one was more truthful or honest. They were both true at their own times. One was shaped by duty and order, the other by uncertainty and language. Neither has a claim on your current breath. The past is not an argument. It's not trying to prove anything. It just is, like cold stone, like wind passing through trees in winter, like the way light changes when you turn your head slightly at night. You can let yourself be held by that. Not rescued, not saved, just held. In the same way a book is held on a shelf, not because it's important, but because someone once put it there and didn't remove it. There's no need to close your eyes tighter or breathe deeper. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It's just what happens when you stop searching for meaning in every shadow. Your skin knows the temperature of the air now. Not hot, not cold, just a quiet presence against your body, like something that has been waiting patiently all along. Your legs are long and relaxed beneath the blanket, not stiff with tension or anxiety, just resting, as though they've decided to stop pretending they need to be ready for anything. The idea of command, of being told what to do, is not here. No voice comes from outside your body telling you how to feel about any of this. There's no checklist, no final test. You aren't being judged on whether the right choice was made. You are only allowed to lie there, to be in the shape that fits you at this moment, however imperfect it may seem. There is a sound now, not from outside, not from within, but somewhere between them, like fabric shifting slowly over wood, or paper folding itself into nothing. It doesn't mean anything, but it's real. Then so are your hands on your chest, and the way your ribs rise and fall beneath them, and how your breath moves through you without needing to be understood. You don't have to find a name for what this is. You don't need to label it as peace or acceptance or resolution. It simply is like the moment just after someone says your name in sleep, before you wake fully, when you know you are known but don't yet remember who you are. You can let that linger. There's a rhythm in how things settle. The way dust settles on windowsills, not because it wants to be still, but because gravity doesn't ask for permission. There's no intention behind it, no effort, and so is your body now, not resisting the weight of being here, not trying to become something different, just existing with quiet persistence. You don't need a reason to breathe. You don't have to justify why you're lying in this room instead of somewhere else. The fact that you are, this moment, this breath, this stillness is enough. The past isn't standing behind you. It's not waiting for an apology or a return. It has already moved on into memory, into the body, into silence. And so can you. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't have to become anything new. There is no test tomorrow, no obligation, no one counting your breaths. There's only this: your hands resting on your chest, your feet warm beneath the blanket, your mind quiet not because it has found answers, but because it has stopped looking for them. The room doesn't need you to fix anything. It doesn't require a story or an explanation. It simply holds what is like soil, holding roots that don't speak. You can let yourself be held by that kind of silence, the one that doesn't ask you to do anything, only to be here, exactly as you are. There's no need to explain why you chose teaching instead of service. No reason required for staying in a town where people forget your name or the poems you wrote. You don't have to prove that it was worth something. It wasn't meant to be proven. It just was. Like rain falling on pavement, like wind moving leaves without purpose. You can let go of needing it to mean anything. Not because it's not important, but because it doesn't need to carry the weight of meaning in order to exist. There is room for both lives, the one that could have been and the one you lived. not as opposites, not as conflict, but as two threads passing through the same loom, never touching but woven into the same fabric. You are lying still, not because you've decided on anything, but because your body has found a way to rest without permission. The air moves across your skin like something that doesn't know its own name, soft, slow, indifferent to whether it's noticed. There is no pressure now, only the quiet weight of presence, the kind that settles after all arguments have been forgotten. You don't need to return to that moment, the one where you stood at the edge of a uniformed life and stepped away from it, like stepping off a train just before it leaves the station. Not because you were wrong to do so, not because you regret it, but because it doesn't matter anymore how long ago it happened, or whether anyone remembers what you chose. There's space in this stillness for both versions of yourself. The one who wore insignia and stood at attention, and the one who walks barefoot through a classroom with students whose names slip from memory by mid-semester. They aren't competing. They're not even separate. They are simply two patterns that emerged from the same thread when it was pulled in different directions. The floor beneath you is older than your thoughts. It has held feet, knees, hands pressed into its grain for decades, and still hasn't spoken a word about what any of them meant. You don't need to explain why one life unfolded differently than another. There's no ledger where such things are tallied. The house doesn't keep records. The walls do not store regrets. You can let the silence between your breaths grow wider, not because you're avoiding something, but because it feels like coming home, to a room that knows you've been away and still welcomes you back without asking questions. There's no need for apologies or justifications. No one is waiting to hear if you were brave or foolish or right. You are allowed to wonder what it would have felt like, standing at the front of an assembly with your hand on a rifle that wasn't yours, giving orders in a voice that didn't belong to you. Not because you wish for that life now, but because wondering is not the same as wanting. It's just another kind of noticing. The ceiling above you doesn't judge its cracks or stains. They've been there longer than any choice you made. The way one shadow leans toward a corner, no reason behind it, no story attached, just shape and light meeting without intention. You don't have to decide what your life was meant for. You weren't designed for meaning the way a key is designed for a lock. There's no master plan waiting in some hidden chamber where everything fits together perfectly. Instead, things grow like roots under soil, slowly, silently, reaching into dark places without knowing where they're going. There's comfort not in certainty, but in letting go of needing to know. You don't have to trace the path back through every turning point or assign value to each moment you walked away from something else. The fact that you are here, on this bed, eyes closed, hands resting on your chest, is not an accident. It's a gathering of small things: breath, stillness, silence, darkness. The poems you write aren't meant to be read by anyone who remembers them. They're written in the way rain writes on glass, not to communicate anything specific, but simply because water moves when it falls and leaves marks that don't need to last. You could have taught at a university where students stayed for 4 years and returned with degrees and jobs and stories about how you changed their lives. But instead, you came here to this place so small, the post office doesn't even list its name on maps, and the children forget your name by Friday. And that's fine, because it wasn't ever about being remembered. Some people carry names like torches. Others leave them behind and let them burn out in quiet corners. Neither is more honest than the other. One does not make the other less real. You don't have to be needed to exist. You were never required to serve a purpose beyond simply being present, even if no one sees you doing it. There's a rhythm to that kind of existence, the way a leaf drifts down from a tree and lands in still water without making a sound. Not because it was careful, but because falling is not loud when gravity doesn't care about noise. You don't have to measure your worth by how many people recall the shape of your face or the tone of your voice. The world isn't keeping score. It's just passing through, like weather moving across a field. There are other rooms in this house, empty ones with dust on shelves and curtains that haven't been drawn in years. They don't demand anything. They don't ask to be lived in, but they're still here, and so are you. You can let the image of your younger self fade, not because he was wrong or foolish, but because memory is a river, slow, unrelenting, carrying things away without ever stopping to explain why some drift downstream and others sink into the mud. There's no final judgment on whether one path led to more truth than another. Truth isn't something you arrive at like a destination. It's what remains when all movement stops. The quiet after footsteps have faded, not because they were wrong, but simply because time has passed. You can let go of needing to know if your life was meaningful, not because it wasn't, because meaning is not the same as significance. One doesn't require proof. The other does. The wind outside isn't speaking. It's just moving through trees that don't care whether they're heard or seen. And you too are part of that motion. Not resisting, not seeking recognition, but simply being carried along by forces larger than your understanding. You are allowed to rest in the middle of a story that has no ending, where characters don't resolve and plots don't close. You are not required to finish anything. The room holds you without asking for completion. There's something generous about silence, not as emptiness, but as space where things can exist without being named or claimed, like the way snow settles on a roof after midnight, softening edges without making promises. You don't have to be useful to matter. You don't need to do anything special to belong in this world. The air is already holding your breath for you. There's no obligation to make sense of why one version of yourself stayed while another walked away. Some doors open and close on their own without fanfare or explanation, and the ones that stay closed aren't failures. They're just not meant to be opened by you. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, even to yourself. The fact that you are here, breathing, present, aware, is enough. There's no test for being alive, no certificate issued at the end of a life. The past doesn't need your attention anymore. It has already moved on, not because it forgot you, but because time isn't loyal to memory. It simply keeps going, and so can you. Not by fixing anything, not by proving yourself, but by lying still, your hands resting gently where they are, your body supported not by effort, but by the quiet certainty of being held. You don't have to become something new. You don't need to start again or rewrite anything. The person who walks through this room isn't defined by what he left behind. He's defined only by how he moves through it now. There's a softness in not knowing where you're going, like walking barefoot on grass that doesn't care whether your feet are clean. You don't have to know why the poems feel like they're fading, or why some mornings the weight of being alive is heavier than others. You don't need answers, just presence. The room around you isn't waiting for you to do anything. It's not disappointed that you didn't choose differently. It doesn't remember your name or care what you did with your life. It simply holds you, without demand, without expectation. You can let the idea of a right path dissolve into something quieter. Not failure, not success, but just existence. The way a stone rests at the bottom of a riverbed, unnoticed, unclaimed, and still whole. You are lying still, not because you've made peace with anything, but because movement feels like a kind of violence now, against the quiet that has settled over your body like dust on old shelves. The light from outside is gone, or perhaps it never was. It's just the absence of night becoming something softer than darkness. There's no difference between what you're seeing and what you're not. Just space, unclaimed by any name. The ceiling above you doesn't judge your shape. It doesn't remember where you were supposed to go. It only knows how shadows stretch when the world tilts slightly toward sleep. You don't need to align yourself with anything anymore. Not with who you might have been. Not with what could have happened if you'd stayed in uniform and marched through years of order you didn't believe in. The version of you that stood at the edge of a barracks door, hand on metal, breath held tight, doesn't need your apology or explanation now. That man isn't gone. He's just no longer in charge. You can let his steps fade without counting them. You don't have to measure how many miles he walked through halls where every step had a purpose. The silence between heartbeats is enough. The weight of the blanket on your legs doesn't require meaning. It only asks that you stay within it, as if warmth were its own kind of loyalty. There's a difference between remembering and carrying. One is light, the other drags. You don't have to keep that life with you like a coat in winter. It can be left behind not because it was wrong or failed, but simply because it no longer fits your body, your rhythm, your way of breathing now. You are allowed to forget names without guilt, to let words dissolve into the air like smoke from a lamp long extinguished. The ones who once said you were brave for walking away, they don't need your validation either. They're not waiting in some invisible line at the edge of time to confirm whether you made the right choice. No one is writing a report on this moment. You are not being evaluated by any score, any rank, any ledger of regret or pride. The air doesn't keep records. It only carries what's spoken and lets it go when there's no more need for sound. There was a time you believed that every decision mattered, that each turning point carved your soul into something permanent. But now, lying here, you realize the truth wasn't in how many paths you took. It was in how quietly you could stop walking altogether. Not because you're broken, not because you gave up, but because some journeys don't need to be finished to be real. You are not required to carry what you left behind like a weapon or a burden. It can rest where it is, the way paper floats on water after being dropped from a high window. No longer important, just present. The room doesn't ask why your hands stay folded across your chest. It doesn't care if they were once trained to hold rifles or now only know how to cradle the warmth of stillness. You are allowed to be incomplete, not in failure, but as proof that you've stopped trying to become whole through effort alone. There is no ceremony for choosing a life, no parade, no torch handed over, no voice from above declaring it valid. Just silence, and then breath, and then the slow return of weight. Not the kind that crushes, but the kind that says, you are here, not because you deserve to be, but because there is no other place for your body right now. The poems you write don't have to change anything. They only need to exist, like a single thread left behind in an old coat, unseen, unneeded, but still part of what made the garment whole at some point. You are allowed to stop measuring yourself by outcomes. The man who stood outside that base door didn't fail, because he walked away. He succeeded simply by walking at all, even if his feet had no map, even if they only followed a quiet pull towards something quieter than duty. That version of you wasn't running from responsibility. He was returning to himself, not in triumph, not in victory, but in surrender to the fact that some hearts don't beat for orders, that some minds don't find peace in structure, that poetry isn't escape, it's arrival. And now, lying here, your chest rises and falls as if it's learning how to move again on its own, without permission, without reason. You are not being asked to explain why one life felt more real than another. You are only being invited to rest in the fact that both were lived by you, and neither has to win. There is no final version of yourself waiting beyond this moment. No postscript where everything clicks into place and you can look back with clarity. There's only now. Your breath, the texture of fabric against skin, the way silence presses gently on your ears, like a hand that knows not to speak. You don't have to find meaning in what was left behind. Meaning is not something you retrieve. It's something you allow, like light slipping through cracked blinds, quiet and unannounced. The uniform didn't define you. The classroom didn't claim you. The silence between choices didn't shame you. You are the one who stayed awake when everything else wanted to sleep. Not because you were strong, but because you were listening. And now, in this space where no judgment lives, you can let your thoughts drift without needing them to return. Let ideas float like leaves on a slow current. No destination, no urgency, just motion. You are not required to understand how it all happened. The choices, the hesitations, the mornings when your hands trembled before stepping outside. The past doesn't need your memory any more than a river needs the names of stones it's carried for centuries. It only flows, and so can you. Not forward, not backward, but simply as part of what moves without needing to be named. There is no truth to protect here, no story to defend. You are allowed to forget how many times you said I should have. Not because those words were wrong, but because they've done their work. They told you enough that you could walk away. Now the air holds your weight not as a burden, but as an offering. No one is watching. No scorecard exists in this room. The ceiling doesn't know what kind of man you might have been if you'd stayed. It only knows how light falls across it when there's no one left to witness. And so you lie, not because you've given up, because you've stopped fighting the shape of your own life. You are not a failure for being uncertain. You are not incomplete for not having answers. You are simply present in the way rain settles on pavement without needing to explain why it fell when it did. Your hands rest where they are, not in rebellion, not in surrender, but in acknowledgement. I am here. I do not need to become anything else. There is no event waiting at the end of this night. No revelation. No resolution. Just breath. And then more breath. And then stillness. You don't have to be useful now. You don't have to matter in any grand way. The room holds you without measuring worth. The fabric beneath your fingers isn't asking for anything. It doesn't care whether you were a soldier or a teacher, whether your poems ever found an audience, whether the man who walked away was wise or foolish. It only knows how it feels when someone lies upon it, quietly, fully, without trying to be anything more than they are. And that is enough. You don't need permission to rest. You don't need a reason to exist. The dark doesn't demand you explain yourself. There's no clock ticking in the walls, no voice calling your name from down the hall. Just this. The soft weight of your body on the mattress. The steady rhythm of air moving through you like something ancient and unspoken. You are not required to make sense of it all. Not even now. The past doesn't need your attention anymore. Not because it's forgotten, but because time has already moved on without waiting for a final word. And so can you. Not by changing anything, not by fixing yourself, but simply by staying, by breathing into the space where everything else has stopped trying to be meaningful. You are lying still, not because you've reached peace, but because movement no longer feels necessary. The shape your body makes on the bed is neither effort nor surrender. It's just a quiet happening, like dust settling in a sunbeam that hasn't been disturbed in years. There's something about being horizontal that allows thoughts to turn over without pressing down too hard. You don't have to carry them forward or backward. They drift through you, not as memories, but as breaths between what was and what might be. The room is full of small silence, the kind that doesn't announce itself, the way a shadow grows when no one's watching. It isn't empty, it just isn't claiming anything. You can feel how time settles in corners where nothing happens, how certain hours pass without leaving marks on surfaces or on skin. There are days like this in every life, even the ones that seem loud from the outside, long stretches of being present without needing to do more than be. The uniform you never wore again still lives in your body's memory, not as a weight, not as regret, but as a kind of echo. Like when music stops and you can still feel its vibration through floorboards. You don't need to remember what it looked like, or how the insignia sat on the collar. What remains is something quieter. The way certain movements were automatic, reflexive, trained into muscle before thought had time to catch up. The posture of attention, the discipline of standing when you're told. Not obedience, just a kind of listening with your whole body. And now you stand differently. You don't have to step forward or hold still in expectation. Your feet are not waiting for orders. They know what it feels like to be on the ground, bare and unmarked by rank, just touching dirt as if they've forgotten how to carry anything at all. There's a line between duty and choice that doesn't need to be drawn. You don't have to explain yourself to the air or to the wall behind your head. The night isn't asking you to justify staying or going. It only offers space, room for things to stay unresolved, like books left open on a table where someone walked away mid-sentence. The poems you wrote in that small classroom are not lost. They're just no longer waiting to be read. You don't need them to survive after the fact. Their value wasn't in being seen or remembered. It was in their making, in how they formed between your hands and the paper, like words shaped by hesitation and care. Some of them still carry the tremble from when you wrote them late at night, long after everyone else had gone. You weren't running away from something. You were walking toward a different kind of presence, not one that demanded action or performance, but one where silence could be enough. Where listening was the work, where being seen didn't require speaking. The man who stayed in uniform wasn't wrong for wanting to serve, nor was the man who left. Neither version is better than the other. They're just different ways of holding space. The same heart beating beneath two different names. Both real, both valid, both unclaimed by any final verdict. There's a certain stillness that comes not from stopping, but from letting go of needing to be known. You don't have to answer for why you turned left instead of right. No record exists in the world that needs your correction or confirmation. The path you didn't take is just another thread in the fabric, unseen but there, like a seam behind a curtain, holding things together without drawing attention. You don't need to trace how many times you hesitated at thresholds. Not every door has an answer waiting on the other side. Some doors open only to close again quietly, like breath released after holding it too long. And that's okay. The pause itself was part of what mattered. The moment between wanting and doing, when your body knew more than your mind. The classroom wasn't a place you escaped. It was where you learned how not to speak for survival, where you taught others that words don't need permission to be soft or uncertain. You didn't have to fix anything. You just had to listen with the kind of attention that doesn't demand response. There's no hierarchy between lives lived and lives imagined. The one you walked away from was never less real than the one you chose, only different in shape, like two rivers branching after rain, both carrying water, but heading toward different seas. You don't need to prove anything about who you are by measuring your worth against a past that no longer exists. That man, the one still in uniform, is not haunting you. He's simply part of the same story, like a character who left before the final scene. You didn't erase him. You just stopped writing for his sake. And now, you lie here with nothing to prove and nowhere to be. Just the slow turning of your chest beneath fabric that remembers no names or ranks. The way light moves across walls isn't tied to what you've done. It doesn't care whether you were a soldier, a teacher, someone who stood in line for hours just to say goodbye. The silence between thoughts is not an absence. It's full of its own kind of presence. Like the pause after a note ends, when air still hums with the memory of sound. You don't have to fill it with explanation or meaning. It can be simply there, like a breath held too long in someone else's lungs. Your hands are no longer clenched against your chest. They've softened into their own shape. The way fingers rest after stretching, not returning to anything but their natural curve, not reaching for something, not holding back, just resting where they land. You don't have to understand the cost or gain of what you gave up. Some choices aren't about winning or losing. They're about belonging somewhere different, to a life that doesn't require uniforms, applause, or even acknowledgement from anyone outside your own skin. The darkness isn't judgment. It's simply not looking back. It holds no record of who you might have been. It only knows the shape of someone lying down, breathing without hurry, letting thoughts pass like clouds over an empty sky. You don't need to be remembered for staying or leaving. You're already here. This is your body. This is your breath. These are your hands on your chest. Not in protest, but in quiet alignment with what's happening now, right where you are. There's no final word from the past. No letter arriving after years of silence. No call to return or explain. Just you, still present. And that's enough. Not because it should be, but because it is. The room doesn't ask for your story. The floor beneath you isn't keeping score. Your heart beats without needing permission to exist in this moment. Just like the dust on the shelf outside your window has no need to justify its stillness. You can let go of needing to know whether the road not taken was better or worse. It's not a question that needs an answer anymore. Some roads are meant only to be imagined, to shape how you stand in the present, not to determine it. The man who stayed might have known things you don't, about duty, about command, about silence under pressure. But he also never sat across from students who whispered poems with their eyes closed, or held hands with someone whose voice cracked just before saying, "I feel this." You didn't lose anything by walking away. You simply traded one kind of attention for another, one that listened not to orders, but to the tremor in a line of verse. And now you lie here, no longer needing to be either soldier or teacher, only human, only breathing, only present in the way sleep allows, without intention, without result, just motion through stillness. You are lying on your back as if gravity has finally decided what to do with you, no longer resisting, no longer trying to rise or fall into something else. The air moves through your lungs like a river that doesn't care where it ends, just that it flows. You don't have to carry the weight of which path called louder. That decision already happened in silence, not with fanfare, but with footsteps turning away from a door that had been waiting for years without knowing it was needed. The walls are quiet now, not because they've learned peace, but because they haven't been asked to remember anything. They hold no record of your uniform hanging on a hook that's long since lost its shape. No photograph ever took the exact angle where you stood in formation and felt something shift inside, like a body learning how to stop being afraid of itself. You were not required to explain why you left. You don't need to justify the way your hands moved when they unlaced boots for the last time. How slowly, as if each knot was a memory too heavy to break fast. No one is listening now, and even if someone were, their ears wouldn't hear anything more than breath, or the soft sigh of fabric against skin. There's no need to measure your worth by how many hours you served in places that never named you. The men who stayed, those whose names are still on plaques or engraved into metal, they don't carry your silence like a burden. They don't know what it felt like when the last echo of marching feet faded and all that remained was the sound of rain against glass just before sunrise. You didn't abandon anyone. You simply chose not to answer a call you'd already decided wasn't yours. Not in spirit, not in rhythm. The music of your life never matched their tempo. Not because it was wrong, but because it had its own beat. One that came from lines spoken under dim classroom lights, where students didn't raise hands for permission, but leaned forward as if they were about to remember something vital. That moment, the first time you read a poem aloud and someone looked up with eyes like they'd been waiting all their life for those words, is not lost. It's still inside the shape of your chest. Not in memory exactly, but in breath, in the way your ribs rise when you inhale slowly, as if drawing something in that wasn't there before. There are other kinds of strength than standing at attention. There is also the quiet kind, the one that doesn't announce itself with boots or ranks, but settles into a room like dust, settling after someone has left. It's not weak. It just isn't loud enough to be seen by cameras or written down in reports. The boy who once stood too straight under drill sergeant's eyes might have learned how to hold himself without flinching, but he never learned how to let go of the weight until it became a part of him. You did not become someone else by walking away. You only stopped being afraid that you weren't enough. You are allowed to feel both. The shape of your former self and the quiet truth of who you've become. Not one replacing the other. Not better or worse. Just present. Like two shadows cast at different times of day on the same floor. Both real, neither claiming priority. The light in this room isn't trying to tell you what you should be. It doesn't know your past. It only knows how it falls across surfaces that have no desire to be remembered. A ceiling fan spins slowly above, not because it has a purpose, but because momentum carries it forward without needing direction. You don't need to understand why the poem you wrote last Tuesday didn't end with resolution. You don't need to know whether the student who cried during your reading will ever write anything of their own. The act wasn't about outcome. It was about presence. The shared breath in a room full of people who didn't speak, but listened. That moment lives not in what happened afterward, but in the silence between syllables. When vowels linger like smoke after fire has died down. You are allowed to carry that without needing it to mean anything beyond existing. Not everything must serve as proof or lesson. Some things just happen, the way a hand rests on another's shoulder, not because of need, but because it simply knows where it belongs. There is no obligation to return to the barracks in your mind. No duty to replay drills you never needed to run. The uniform isn't waiting for you in any closet, anywhere in this world or beyond. It doesn't haunt the corners of dreams. It's not watching from a distance with judgment in its eyes. You are not being tested. Not now. Not ever again. The man who stayed, he might have stood taller, but he never sat down to read poetry at midnight with someone whose voice trembled when they said, "I think this is how I feel." He didn't hear the way a student's laugh cracked like ice on a frozen lake. Didn't know what it was like to watch eyes widen not from fear, but recognition. That kind of knowing isn't exchangeable. It doesn't trade for rank or medals. It doesn't appear in official records or parade schedules. But it is real, so real that your chest still remembers the shape of someone else's relief when they finally spoke their truth aloud. You are not less because you didn't serve longer. You are not more because you taught one class after another to students who didn't know how to look at themselves in mirrors without flinching. That kind of work is invisible. Yes, but so is the way your fingers trace a line on your own forearm, as if mapping something that only exists between breaths and beats. There's no reason to compare. No need to rank one life against another. They are not rivals, just different paths taken through the same terrain, each shaped by choices made in quiet moments when no one was looking, when there were no witnesses except the air itself. The past does not accuse you. It doesn't wait for a return. It just is. Like snow on an old field where nothing grows anymore. Not dead, not alive, just still there, covering things that don't matter now. You are allowed to stay in this body without apology, to lie here and feel the way your ribs expand, not toward escape, but simply because they can. Without agenda, without demand. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of what wasn't said, what wasn't asked, what didn't need to be spoken. Like the moment before a word forms in your throat, when meaning hovers just beyond reach, and you let it float there anyway. You don't have to catch it. You don't have to hold on. Let it pass like wind through cracks in walls that haven't been fixed for years. Let it carry away whatever weight you thought was yours. Without proof, without ceremony. The room doesn't care if you're a soldier or a teacher. It only knows how your breath moves across the space between your lips and your skin. How your hands rest, not gripping anything, not reaching, but simply being there, like stones in a stream that have been worn down by time into shapes they no longer remember. You are allowed to be neither man nor memory, just motion, just stillness, just this moment where nothing needs to be earned or proven. There is no test at the end of sleep. No final exam where you must answer who you were meant to be. Only the slow rise and fall of your chest, like waves that don't know they're returning somewhere. And if a thought comes, the one about whether you could have done both, whether there was another way, you can let it drift through your mind like smoke from a candle that's already gone out. It doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't need to stay. Let it pass through, not as a question, but as an echo of something long since settled. You are not required to choose between who you were and who you've become. You don't have to reconcile the two like they're opposites in some grand equation. They are simply parts of one motion, like fingers spreading wide, then curling back again. Not because it means anything, but because that's how hands move when no one is watching. You are lying here, as the air settles into a rhythm that doesn't ask anything of you. It moves through your nostrils not because you demand it, but because it has always moved this way, quietly, steadily, without needing to be noticed. Your fingers don't pull at anything. They rest on top of each other like two things that have finally stopped searching for a reason to touch. The weight of them isn't heavy. It's just there. The same way the silence between heartbeats is not empty, but full of what happened before and what hasn't yet begun. There's no urgency in the way your breath fills you now. No push toward completion or arrival. It comes like water, finding its level after a storm has passed through dry ground. You don't need to shape it, correct it, make it deeper or slower. The air already knows how to be what it is, and so do you. The kind of life you walked away from wasn't erased. It didn't vanish just because you turned your back on the uniform, the drill schedule, the names you used to hear called in formation. It lives still, not as a ghost or burden, but as something that once belonged to another version of yourself. One who wore different shoes and carried different kinds of silence. That man existed. He walked through corridors where light hit walls at angles no one remembered naming. He stood at attention not because he wanted to, but because it was expected. And in those moments, somewhere behind the stiffness of his spine, a quiet part of him asked whether there was another way to be present without being forced into form. You don't have to carry that man's weight. You don't need to prove you were ever like him. What matters is not how long he stayed in the place you left, but what happened when you stopped looking back. The moment you turned, you didn't lose anything. You simply made room for something else to enter. That something was teaching? Yes, but not just the act of standing before students and reading poems aloud. It was the way a single line could make someone blink, like they'd seen their own reflection in water too suddenly. The way a silence after a poem wasn't absence. It was fullness, like when you listen to rain on glass and realize you've been holding your breath without knowing why. You taught not because you had answers, but because you knew how to sit with the questions. How to let them hang between people like threads that aren't yet tied into knots. You didn't fix anything. You only offered a place where someone could look at their own thoughts and say, "This is mine." Not for praise or correction, but simply so they could know it was real. The military life wasn't wrong, nor was the teaching one right. They were both choices made in stillness, decisions born not from grand declarations, but from small decisions that mattered more than you ever said out loud. To stay when you wanted to leave, to go when you thought you should have stayed, to speak up or fall quiet depending on what your body needed at the moment. There's no right way for a person to move through time. Some grow by expanding outward, becoming louder, more visible, carrying names and ranks like armor. Others grow inward, learning how to sit with unspoken things until they stop feeling like wounds and start feeling like home. You chose the second path, not because it was easier or better, but because you noticed one day that your hands trembled not from fear of failure, but from longing to say something true before someone else said it first. You saw how a student would look at a poem and suddenly stop breathing, just for a few seconds, as if they'd just met themselves in the middle of a line. And then you knew. This is what matters more than any mission or report card. Not being seen, but being witnessed. Not being strong, but being real enough to let someone else be seen too. The night doesn't care which path you took. It only knows how your skin feels under the sheets. So the fabric shifts slightly each time you shift in sleep. How the air near your mouth warms and cools with every breath that comes without reason or purpose. No one is watching, not even yourself. That's why it's safe to stay here, to be exactly as you are, not shaped by what might have been, but allowed by what simply is. The past doesn't follow you like a shadow. It lingers like dust in sunlight, not threatening, just present. You don't need to clean it up or explain it. It doesn't demand anything. The thought about whether you could have done both still rises sometimes, like steam from a kettle left too long on the stove. But now you let it rise without trying to catch it. You don't need to decide if you missed something by not staying. That kind of thinking isn't about loss. It's about memory playing tricks when there are no clocks ticking in the room. There was never one true version of you. There were only versions, like fingers on a keyboard, pressing down at different times, making shapes that didn't exist before they were made. One finger pressed hard for a while and then stopped. Another hovered longer than expected. The poem wasn't finished by any single action. It was composed over time, in silence between notes. You were not incomplete because you didn't serve longer. You're not less whole because you taught instead of led. You are simply made up of moments that never needed to be justified. Like the way your chest rises when it doesn't need a reason. Like how your hands stay still without being told to. There is no final report on who you've become. No record will ever list all the times someone looked at you and suddenly remembered their own voice. No medal for teaching a student how to write about grief in a way that didn't feel like surrender. The room doesn't keep score. It only knows your weight, the warmth beneath your skin, the softness of your eyelids as they press into darkness without resistance. The ceiling is not judging you. It has no idea what you did or didn't do. It simply holds up the space where air moves and thought drifts. You can let go of needing to prove yourself, because proving isn't required here, not even to yourself. You don't need permission to be present in this body tonight. You only need to allow your breath to move like a tide that knows it doesn't have to return anywhere specific. It just moves. The idea that you left something behind isn't about loss. It's about change. About becoming someone who no longer needed to earn recognition by standing still for hours at attention. Someone who learned instead how to be quiet in the presence of another person's truth without needing to fix it or respond. That kind of listening, deep, patient, unhurried, is not something that shows up on any military evaluation. It doesn't appear in promotions or retirement packets, but it is real. It happened, and it changed things. Not because you said anything, but because you stayed long enough for someone else to say everything they hadn't known how to say before. You don't have to choose between who you were and who you are now. You aren't required to make peace with the past. You only need to keep lying here, your hands open, your chest rising not toward escape, but simply because it can, and let time pass without needing a purpose. There's no goal at the end of sleep, no test waiting behind closed doors. Just this, your body resting, your mind softening like soil after rain, your thoughts drifting through space as if they were clouds that had forgotten how to follow any path. Let the memory of that other life be what it is, a place you walked through once, not a destination you must return to or defend. You don't need to carry its weight. You only need to know that you passed through it, just like you passed through this moment now, without needing to explain why you turned left instead of right. You are lying here as if you've been folded into the shape of a bed, limbs soft and unclaimed by urgency. The air is still enough to feel like something that could be measured in breaths rather than seconds. There's no sound except the slow turning inward of your own body. Your ribs rising not because they were asked, but because they remembered how. You don't need to hold yourself together tonight. The structure you once built out of discipline and routine doesn't have to stand. It can be dismantled in silence. There was a time when your hands learned the weight of a rifle like they'd always known it. How the grip fit just so. How the barrel aligned with intent before motion even began. That kind of knowledge isn't lost. It's been moved, not destroyed, not forgotten, but tucked into the quiet parts of you where memory doesn't demand to be seen. It lives now in your posture when you stand too long at a window, or how you pause mid-step as if listening for commands that haven't come in years. But here, there are no orders. No one expects you to straighten up or check your gear before sleep. You can let your shoulders drop into the mattress like water finding its level. The fabric beneath you is not asking anything of you. No salute, no report, no clearance. It only holds what's given: warmth, weight, presence. You are not required to decide whether it was right or wrong to leave that path. You don't need to measure your life in service hours or ranks earned. The value of a moment doesn't depend on how long you stood still for it. Some things are held not by force, but by the willingness to stay. There's no record of what happened between you and the student who came to class with ink-stained fingers and eyes, like someone had just told them they were allowed to feel something again. There was no file, no note in a logbook, no mention in any official summary. But it happened, just as real as your breath now, just as quiet. You don't have to carry the weight of that moment like a burden you must explain. You can let it drift, like dust motes in sunlight, unclaimed, undirected, floating where they please. It didn't need a reason to be true. It only needed to happen. There's no performance tonight. No one is watching your face for signs of weakness or resolve. The darkness doesn't care if you're steady or trembling. It holds all shapes equally. The body that once marched in formation, the hands that now rest over your chest as if holding something precious without knowing what it is. You are not a version of yourself from any one moment. You're not only the man who walked away or the teacher who stayed. You're the space between those two versions, where silence grows thick with possibility and meaning isn't earned, but simply exists. There's no need to finish this thought, no reason to pull it into clarity. Let it sit in its own shapelessness. The way a cloud doesn't have to become rain just because it's heavy. It can be what it is, a gathering of air, drifting across an invisible sky. You don't have to decide which life was more real or necessary. You're not being tested on whether you chose wisely or lost your way. The only thing that matters right now is the texture of your skin against the sheets, the slight give where your spine curves into the bed, how your left hand curls slightly inward, as if remembering something it never had to let go. There's no final answer waiting at the end of this night. No truth tucked behind a door labeled closure. There are only these sensations: the slow pulse in your wrist, the warmth pooling near your ribs when you exhale, how the air feels cooler near your neck, where skin meets fabric. You can let go of needing to understand why you turned away from that other life. Not because it wasn't important, but because its importance doesn't need to be measured by what came after. The choice didn't define you. It was simply one moment among many in a longer sequence of being, like stepping off a train at a stop you never planned on. The roads not taken aren't ghosts. They're just paths that weren't walked, and walking them wouldn't have changed the fact that you were still here, breathing, present in this body now. You don't need to justify your presence by how far you went or what you left behind. Your being is enough. not because of where you came from, but because you are right here. There's no reason to rush toward a conclusion. There's no signal that says, you may go. The night doesn't have an end time. It simply continues like breath, long and even, not in service to anything beyond itself. You can let the idea of what might have been drift like smoke through a half-open window, not settling anywhere, not claiming any ground. Let it be present without needing to be held. Let it pass through you as if you were air, empty enough to allow passage. There was no single moment when your identity became fixed, no ceremony or oath that sealed it forever. You've been changing in small ways every night since you stopped marching. A shift in how you look at someone's face, the way you pause before answering, the length of silence between words when they mean more than anything said. You are not incomplete because you chose to teach instead of lead. You're not less authentic for having chosen stillness over action. Authenticity isn't found in carrying a weight that wasn't yours. It's found in knowing what you can carry without breaking. The student who came with ink on their fingers didn't need your advice. They needed someone who could sit beside them while they wrote the first sentence they ever meant to write. And you did, without saying anything, without fixing it, without offering a solution. You were simply there, another human being in the same room, breathing at the same pace. That kind of presence isn't documented. It doesn't show up on any resume or promotion board. But it happened. It changed something, even if only for one person that evening. Even if only for you. You don't have to prove anything by how long you stayed awake tonight. The fact that your mind is still moving, still turning over old shapes, wondering what might have been, is not a failure. It's just part of the quiet work your body does when it stops trying to be someone else. There's no need to make peace with the past. There's only this, lying here in darkness, feeling how your breath moves through you, like something ancient and slow, like tides that don't care where they come from or where they go. You can let the memory of that other life sit beside you, not as a ghost, not as an accusation, but just as another presence in the room. Someone who once walked a different path, made different choices, felt different weights, but not yours to carry now. The ceiling above you doesn't know your name. It's never read any file, heard any report, seen any ceremony where you were honored or forgotten. It only holds space, just like this bed, just like the air around you, just like your own body when it lets go of effort. You don't need to decide what was lost or gained. You don't have to reconcile anything. There's no balance sheet for who you've become. The person who stood at attention in a uniform is not opposed to the one teaching poetry in a quiet room. They're both parts of this same breath, this same stillness. There's nothing left to prove, no audience waiting, no judgment, not even silence that demands something from you. You can let your hands stay where they are, not clenched, not relaxed too much, but simply resting, open as if ready for anything or nothing at all. Your chest rises and falls without needing permission. The air moves through you like a river with no destination. There's no need to find meaning in the turning of years or the paths that were left behind. Meaning isn't something you collect. It's not stored in memories, ranks, awards, or regrets. It's just this: your body lying on its side, warmth spreading beneath your skin, thoughts floating like leaves on a slow current. You are lying now in a shape that remembers how to rest. The weight of your limbs is not heavy, just present, like dust settling after wind has passed through an empty house. There's no need to straighten or adjust. No one is watching, not even yourself. You're allowed to be exactly where you are, with the same hand still resting over your chest, as if holding something fragile that doesn't require protection anymore. The air moves differently here, thicker near the ceiling, thinner around your ankles. It's not cold, but it carries a memory of coolness, like water, just below skin level after long hours in silence. You don't have to name what you're feeling. Not even warmth counts as an answer. Some moments don't need names. They simply are. There is another version of this room that exists only when the mind turns back, where your boots still sit by the door, polished and waiting, where a uniform lies folded on the bed, like something that might rise again if called. But it isn't here now. That version has its own quiet time too, in its own space behind your eyes. It doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to greet it or explain why you left. You can let thoughts drift past without catching them, like boats floating down a river that never reaches the sea. One passes slowly, how the color of your first commander's tie used to catch light in certain angles, how sound carried differently when you stood at attention for hours on end, not because it mattered, but because it was noticed by someone who wasn't supposed to see anything more than posture. You don't have to decide whether those details were important. You're not being tested now. There's no evaluation of what you remember or how clearly. The past isn't a place where you need permission to go, only an echo that sometimes comes back on its own, like the faint hum of a distant radio playing music from another time. That man in the uniform who stood straight when others slumped, he wasn't your only self. He was just one version among many, wearing different clothes than this moment requires. You didn't lose him by walking away. You simply changed the way you carried yourself through the world. And that shift wasn't failure. It was adaptation. Like a tree growing around a stone, it couldn't move. You are not required to carry both lives at once. One doesn't cancel out the other. They aren't opposing forces. There's no need to choose which one is realer or truer. You're allowed to be shaped by more than one thing without becoming torn in half. The quiet man who teaches poetry isn't less courageous because he never gave orders. He isn't softer for listening instead of leading. Courage isn't only found in standing still under fire. It's also in choosing not to stand at all when the command doesn't fit. The room around you holds no judgment. It has seen countless people lie down like this, hands folded, minds wandering far beyond where they are. The ceiling doesn't care if you once stood tall or never lifted your voice in a formation. It only knows how light bends across its surface at different times of day, how shadows stretch longer when the sun is low. You don't have to remember everything about that other life. You're not obligated to keep it alive through memory, nor are you meant to bury it under silence. Some things exist in balance, not as wounds or victories, but simply as part of your body's own history, like veins beneath skin, hidden, moving, essential. There is a difference between remembering and reliving. One is gentle, the other pulls hard at your breath. You can remember that you once wore a badge without needing to feel its weight again. You can recall the sound of drills on concrete without hearing them now. The past doesn't live in your chest unless you carry it there. You are allowed to let go of need. Not because what happened wasn't real, but because being alive isn't about holding tight to every shape that ever passed through you. It's about letting some things pass like birds across the sky, leaving no trace but motion itself. There is a silence between your ribs now, soft and deep, not emptiness, not fullness, just space where breath moves without direction. No goal, no destination, just movement. You don't have to fill it with meaning or explanation. It's already enough as it is. You can let the idea of who you might have become slip away like a name forgotten in dreams, without regret, without apology. That version didn't die when you walked out of that barracks. It simply stopped being necessary. Just like how sunlight fades from a wall after noon, some lives end not with endings, but with quiet transitions. No one asked you to be the soldier or the teacher. No one assigned your path. You chose, not perfectly, not all at once, but in small moments. When you said yes to a classroom instead of a command post? When you stayed up writing poems rather than reviewing reports? When you held space for someone's first real sentence without offering advice? That kind of presence doesn't leave records. No one takes notes on how long someone sat beside another person while they cried into their notebook. But it happened, and the world changed slightly because of it. Just as a single drop changes the shape of still water when it falls. You don't need to prove that your life mattered by counting its consequences. You don't have to measure worth through outcomes or awards, or whether someone remembers you tomorrow. The fact that you are here, lying on your side, breathing slowly enough for sound to travel inside your body, this is already proof of something. The darkness above isn't waiting for you to decide anything. It doesn't care about loyalty or discipline or performance reviews from years ago. It only holds the kind of stillness that waits without needing to be filled. Your hands are warm now, not hot, not cold, but just right. They don't need to do anything. They aren't reaching for a pen or pressing down on a map or gripping a rifle. They're simply open, resting like two small animals curled up in the same space. You can let your breath slow without trying to control it. Let it find its own rhythm, like water finding cracks in stone over time. No need to hurry towards sleep. No urgency to reach some final calm. The journey isn't about arrival. It's about being carried through the night by what already is. There was a moment once, just before you left, that you stood at attention for longer than necessary. Not because you were ordered, but because your body remembered how it felt. Upright, aligned, part of something larger than yourself. And then you stepped away. Not in anger, not with shame, but quietly, as if leaving a room after the music stopped. That moment wasn't failure. It was permission to find another kind of alignment, one that didn't require uniformity, but still required honesty. You are allowed to be both what you were and what you became, without needing to reconcile them. One isn't better than the other. They aren't in conflict. You don't have to choose between loyalty to duty or fidelity to feeling. You can simply exist across both, like a river that flows past two different kinds of trees. There's no need to make sense of it all right now. No one expects you to finish thinking. The mind doesn't work on deadlines. It works in cycles, rising and falling like tides, sometimes quiet, sometimes full of waves that don't break. You can let the thought of being someone else fade, not because it was wrong, but because it no longer needs your attention. You're not forgetting it. You're just choosing to stop carrying it through every hallway you walk in your dreams. The room holds more than air and walls. It holds memory. yes, but also release. The kind that comes when a door is left slightly open after someone has walked out. Not an invitation, just space for something else to move through. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to understand what you've given up or gained. You're not required to explain why your feet turned toward a classroom instead of a base. Some decisions aren't made with logic. They're made in silence, when the body knows more than words can say. You feel the weight of your own shoulders, not as burden, but as something that settles into place like soil after rain has passed through. The shape they make beneath your skin is not about effort, only presence. There's no need to justify why you've stopped standing at attention in the way you once did. That posture was never a law. It was just one way of being in the world. And now another has taken its place. Your body remembers the rhythm of drills. Yes, the sharp turn on command, the precision of movement. But it also knows how to pause mid-step without explanation. It doesn't need permission to slow down. The ceiling above you isn't watching. It's not keeping score or comparing what you did with who you could have been. It simply is, flat and quiet, and holding all the spaces between your thoughts like a thin sheet of glass over deep water. There are no footprints here. Only the soft outline of where light used to fall when someone passed through earlier in the day. You can lie still without being judged for not doing more. You don't have to prove you're awake by staying alert. The silence isn't empty. It's full with all that didn't happen. A letter never sent. A name never called out during roll call, a hand that stayed folded instead of raising in salute. These things exist in the same air as your breath. They aren't losses. They're just another kind of presence. The life you didn't choose still hums somewhere beneath the surface of what is. Like an old radio tuned between stations, half heard and never quite clear. There's no need to listen for it now. No reason to press too close to that version of yourself, the one who marched in formation under a sky full of flags. That person wasn't wrong. They were real too. But so are you. Here, lying on your back with hands still resting where they fell when the motion stopped. You don't have to decide which was better. You don't need to say whether the uniform fit more than the coat you wear now. Some clothes don't last forever. But that doesn't mean they were meaningless while worn. The way your fingers curl into palms at night isn't about readiness. It's just how your body finds its shape when it stops fighting itself. The classroom where you taught poetry wasn't grand. It had peeling paint and a window that stuck open in one corner, letting in the sound of cars passing down streets no one remembers by name. You stood there once with chalk dust on your sleeves, reading lines out loud, not because they were important, but because someone needed to hear them said aloud before dawn broke. No one recorded it. The lesson didn't appear in any syllabus afterward, but someone looked up from their notebook and nodded, just once, like the words had touched something that couldn't be named. That moment wasn't small. It was exactly as big as it needed to be. You don't have to carry every version of your life forward like a pack on your back. You can leave behind what doesn't belong in this room. The things you're not supposed to miss, like the sound of boots on concrete, or the weight of a rifle across your chest, aren't gone forever. They've simply changed their form. Now they live in memory as quiet shapes, like shadows cast by something that no longer casts light. There's no rule saying you must keep the past alive through longing or guilt. You can let it be what it is, a moment past, not a debt owed. No need to repay duty with regret. The military didn't take everything from you. Neither did teaching poetry give you all of yourself back. What happened was just one kind of movement through time, like wind passing over grass and leaving no mark except the way the blades bend. You can rest in that fact, not because it's final, but because it's enough for now. The air smells faintly like old paper and warm wool from a blanket folded at your feet. It's not something you noticed before. It just came into awareness as part of this quiet moment. You didn't seek it out. It simply arrived with the stillness. There was once a time when standing straight meant everything. When posture could mean survival, or respect, or loyalty to an idea larger than yourself. But now, your body knows what it means to be soft without being weak. To hold space, not for orders, but for questions that don't have answers. That kind of strength doesn't make noise. You can feel the pulse in your wrist, where your blood moves slowly beneath skin, not rushing, just moving through its own pattern, like a river finding its way between stones it's never seen before. It doesn't know where it's going, only that it is flowing. There was a poem you read once about a soldier who stopped walking and sat down beside a tree on the edge of a field, not because he was tired, but because something inside him had changed so quietly no one noticed. He wasn't deserting. He was simply choosing not to move forward in the same way. The poet didn't say whether that was right or wrong, just that it happened. And then there was the night you stood at your window after turning down another commission, looking out toward a town that had already forgotten the name of the base, just outside its borders. You thought about sending a letter, just one line, "I'm still here," but you didn't. Because writing it would have meant needing someone to read it, and no one needed your words anymore. That wasn't failure. That was freedom. You don't need to answer why the wind chose that moment to shift through the trees, or why the stars above seem brighter tonight than they did last week. You can let their light fall without naming it. Let the sky be what it is, something vast and indifferent, yet also holding you in its quiet way. Not because you deserve it, but because you're already inside it. The room holds your breath as you exhale slowly. The sound isn't loud. It's just enough to know that you're still here, breathing without needing to explain why. That kind of awareness doesn't require a name or a reason. It only asks for permission to be. You don't have to decide if teaching poetry was more honest than serving in the military. You don't need to measure how much meaning came from one life versus another. The truth isn't found in comparison. It's hidden in the way your fingers unclench when you forget they were closed. There's a kind of stillness that doesn't ask for anything, not even attention. It just waits, like dust settling after a storm, like water waiting to be touched by moonlight. You can lie within it without fear, without needing to fix or finish or understand. You don't have to know where you're going next, or if there's any point to the journey at all. The path doesn't require justification. It only needs your feet to keep moving, even when they stumble, even when they stop. This night isn't asking for anything from you. It's not demanding courage or clarity or closure. It's simply offering space, like a bed that remembers how to hold someone without needing them to stay. You can let go of the weight of having to choose between who you were and who you became. You don't need to pick one story over another. They aren't enemies. They're just different parts of a single life, like seasons passing through the same ground. The wind outside stirs something in the branches above your window. Not loud enough to wake you, not strong enough to move anything heavy, just enough to remind you that things change without announcing it. That silence can be full of motion, and stillness can carry meaning. You don't have to explain why a decision felt right when no one else could see what you were feeling. You don't need to justify standing still in the middle of a parade. Some choices aren't made for others. They're made because something inside your body said yes, even if it didn't speak. There's no law against being both the soldier and the teacher, the man who saluted and the man who read poems aloud into empty air. You don't have to erase one version so another can exist. They can coexist, like two shadows cast by different lights at once. You can let the shape of your hands remain as they are, palms up, fingers slightly curled, like something waiting to hold what isn't there yet. Not emptiness, not fullness, just the quiet possibility of touch. The air in the room is thick with stillness, but not heavy. It's the kind that moves only when you shift your weight ever so slightly against the mattress. You don't have to make sense of why this moment feels different from any other night. It isn't better or worse. It just is. Like a shadow that doesn't belong to any particular thing but stays anyway. The ceiling above you has no meaning beyond what your eyes give it. The uneven texture where paint peeled during a summer storm years ago. The faint smudge near one corner that looks almost like an old footprint. You don't have to name it or trace its origin. Let it be something that exists without needing you to look closer. The light from outside, faint, filtered through curtains worn thin by time, isn't trying to reveal anything. It doesn't demand attention, it just falls where it lands, pooling on the floor in a way that slowly changes as night deepens. There's a warmth spreading along your chest, not from memory, not from effort, but because you've stopped resisting the idea that some parts of yourself don't need to be explained. The part that stood at the edge of duty and walked away isn't wrong for choosing poetry instead of orders. It wasn't weakness. It was noticing something quieter in your own pulse. The rhythm beneath command, the pause between sentences where meaning lives. You remember a poem you wrote once, not for anyone, not even yourself, and how it didn't matter whether it was good or bad. What mattered was that you let it exist without needing to preserve it. Like breathing through a closed mouth. No one else knows what happens inside. But the act is real anyway. There's no requirement that your choices be remembered by history, or even by you. The wind outside has stopped. Or perhaps it hasn't. It just changed its voice. It moves now through dry leaves, clinging to the lower branches of a tree beyond sight. You can hear them brushing against each other, not in rhythm, but with small, irregular touches, like someone testing whether sound still exists when no one listens. You don't have to decide if you were brave or afraid when you turned down that last promotion. That decision didn't come from logic or ambition, nor was it born of regret. It came from something older than either. The quiet awareness that your body had already chosen a different direction long before words could catch up. The silence between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full of everything you've carried and never spoken aloud. The names of people you once knew, the letters left unmailed, the poems read to rooms with no one in them, the dreams that didn't need endings. None of it was wasted because it lived inside your mind for a moment and then passed. You don't have to measure how much time has been lost or gained by not wearing a uniform. The hours you spent teaching children how to listen to words, how they tremble in the throat before being spoken, are as real as any march through desert heat. Neither life is more valid than the other. Neither one needs permission from the other. The memory of standing at attention isn't fading, but it's changing. Not because you've forgotten, but because you're letting go of needing to prove anything about that moment anymore. You were there. You did what was asked. And then you stepped back into something else. Something quieter, slower, softer. That wasn't escape. It was arrival. There is a weightlessness in being allowed to be incomplete. The kind where you don't need every question answered before lying down at night. Where the fact that your mind still wanders through choices you can't return to doesn't mean you're failing. You're simply alive, aware, present, not needing to fix anything. The edge of your blanket has slipped off the bed and hangs over the side like an invitation to leave. But you don't need to act on it. Just knowing it's there is enough. The world outside doesn't care if you stay or go. It doesn't notice whether you're thinking about yesterday, tomorrow, or nothing at all. And that absence of judgment isn't cold. It's gentle. You can let the thought of your former colleagues fade without apology. You don't need to defend why they might not understand what you've become. Their understanding wasn't part of the journey. It was never required. There's a kind of dignity in being unremarkable, especially when no one is watching and no records are kept. In that space, you can be both who you were and who you aren't without contradiction. You don't need to reconcile them. They don't have to agree. One doesn't cancel the other. You remember a line from a poem you wrote in your second year of teaching. I am not what I was, but also not nothing. It wasn't profound, just true. And it still is. The room feels deeper than before. Not because anything has changed, but because your attention has stopped searching for meaning. You're no longer trying to prove that this life matters. You're just letting it be. The kind of presence that doesn't require purpose is the most honest one you've known. There's a moment when sleep begins, not with falling asleep, but with stopping the effort to stay awake. Not because you're tired, though you are, but because your body finally accepts that there's no need to hold on any longer. The air in the room is cool near the window, warmer near the center of the bed. You don't have to adjust it. Let the temperature remain as it is, the way things naturally settle when left alone. You can let go of needing to know if your teaching made a difference, not because you doubt its value, but because the act itself was enough. The sound of someone reading aloud, even silently in their mind, is proof that something mattered somewhere. There's no need for closure. There's only this breath, slow, steady, not seeking anything beyond what it already is. The darkness isn't an absence. It's a kind of holding, like the way your hands rest on your chest now, open, still, unburdened by expectation. You don't have to decide if you're satisfied or disappointed. You just are, here, now, in the quiet between thoughts. The tree outside moves again, but not with force. Just a small shift, like someone adjusting their posture while dreaming. There's no need for stories to be complete. No need for lives to make sense when they're lived fully enough to be felt. You don't have to carry the weight of having chosen one path over another. You didn't choose between. You chose what you could feel in your bones, even if it never had a name. The wind isn't pushing anything. It's just moving through things. Branches, air, silence, in its own way, without urgency or direction. And so are you, not running toward something, not trying to be seen, just being where you are, breathing as the night holds you in its slow arms. There's no law that says you have to understand why this moment feels like peace. Not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs fixing right now. You don't need to earn your rest. You're already in it. The floorboards creak once, just a soft groan from beneath the bed, like something settling into place after waiting quietly for years. And then silence again. Not emptiness, not absence, just space that doesn't ask for anything. You can lie within it without needing to explain yourself, without needing permission to exist. The way your hand rests on your chest isn't a gesture. It's just the shape of stillness when no one is watching. And that, this quiet, unclaimed moment, is enough. You feel the weight of your own hands without measuring it. Just the quiet press where skin meets bone. A soft pressure that says nothing about effort or intention. The fabric of your shirt lies against your chest, like something that has always been there, not worn, but grown into place, as if the thread had stitched itself to your body over time, rather than being sewn on by someone else's hands. You don't think about how it got there. You only notice how it stays. There's a difference between remembering and holding memory. One is sharp, like glass under your tongue. The other is soft, like worn paper folded too many times to count. And you are in that second kind now, holding without needing to look inside. The man who once stood at attention, eyes forward, voice clipped with precision, didn't leave because he was afraid of being seen. He left because standing still had become easier than pretending to be fixed. You don't have to trace the moment when you turned away from that uniform. Not the exact second it happened. Not even the slow fade in between. You can let the memory sit where it is, unclaimed, unnamed, folding into the space behind your ribs like a letter never sent. That version of you still exists, not as a ghost, not as regret, but as a kind of quiet echo, one that doesn't demand to be heard. The night outside isn't dark in the way that fills rooms with fear. It's dark in the way sunlight leaves after it is gone, warm in memory, but present only by absence. The light from the street lamp beyond your window casts no shadow you can follow, just a faint halo where glass meets air, like breath on cold glass, only without warmth. You could name that shape if you wanted, but you don't need to. There's something about being known less than you once were, about being forgotten by everyone except yourself. That makes the world feel larger and smaller at once. The town has no map of your time here, no plaque on a wall, no stories told around fires or passed down in whispers. And still, you are not missing. You're just elsewhere, not lost. Not absent, just unrecorded. There was a student last spring who wrote a poem about silence, not the absence of sound, but the kind that comes after something has been said and no one replies. That's what this is like. An old conversation with someone you once thought would answer, but never did. And now, it doesn't matter whether they ever will. You don't need to keep score between who you were and who you are. There isn't a ledger somewhere where the military life gets points for discipline, and the teaching life earns credit for compassion. Those aren't opposites. They're different kinds of attention, each given in full at its time. And now they both exist without needing permission. The air near your neck feels slightly cooler than the rest of you, just enough to remind you that temperature isn't fixed, not even in stillness. It shifts with breath and skin, and the slow turning of things no one sees. You don't adjust it. You let it be what it is, a sensation without meaning. There's a kind of comfort in being forgotten by systems, not because they failed you, but because they never knew your name to begin with. The army didn't lose someone when you left. It just kept moving forward, as if no one had ever stopped walking beside it. That doesn't make your choice less real. It only means that the world wasn't waiting for a verdict. You can think about how many people might have been like you, those who walked into classrooms instead of barracks, who chose silence over signals, poetry over protocol, not to prove anything, but because their bones said it was time. You don't need to imagine them all in one room together. They're already here, in the quiet between your thoughts, in the way your fingers rest without moving. The tree outside doesn't care if you remember its name. It moves when the wind says so, not when someone asks nicely. And sometimes it doesn't move at all. Not because it's tired, but because stillness is also part of motion. Not standing still out of fear, but choosing to be in place for no reason. You don't have to decide whether your life has meaning. You only need to notice how small the act of breathing feels when you're not trying to make it important. Your chest rises and falls without commentary. No judgment from inside or outside. It's just a rhythm that doesn't ask to be understood, just lived in, like rain on a roof, like dust settling on old books. There is no point in wondering what would have happened if you'd stayed. That path isn't closed. It's open somewhere else, where someone else walks it now. Not with your steps, not with your voice, but still walking. And that's enough. You don't need to know how many syllables a day has when there are no clocks in the dark. You only feel the passage of time as light changes or air cools. That's all it is. Sensation without measurement. The way you used to stand at attention was not about time. It was about presence. Even if that presence wasn't your own. Now, you're present for yourself. No drill sergeant, no uniform, just breath and silence and the weight of a hand on chest, like something already understood. You don't need to explain why this feels peaceful. You only need to let it be what it is. Not victory, not loss, not even balance, but a kind of hanging in between, where nothing has to earn its place. The floorboards creak again, just once, and then the world holds still for longer than usual. Not waiting, just there. There's no one left to listen to your voice unless you choose to speak it aloud. And that doesn't matter. What matters is how it feels when words don't have to be heard. To exist in a space where saying them isn't required, and not saying them isn't failure. You can feel the line between thought and silence thinning without effort. Like water seeping through soil, no splash, just slow absorption into ground you never knew was there. You aren't thinking about anything now, not even about not thinking. There's a difference between being awake and being aware. One is active, the other is simply available. And right now, awareness has settled in like an old coat left on a chair. It doesn't ask to be worn. It just is. You don't have to decide what this life means, because it already does, not as proof or purpose, but as presence, as the way your body rests without pretending to be ready for anything else. The way your breath slows, not in surrender, but in arrival. No one has ever told you how long a night should last. No rule says that sleep must come after struggle. You can rest simply because it's time to lie down, to stop carrying the weight of having been someone else. There is no requirement for closure when there was never an end to begin with. You don't need to know if your poems were good or bad, whether they changed anyone. If any line stayed with a student after class ended, you only need to notice how still you are now. Not because you've won, but because you're allowed to be quiet without apology. The air in the room isn't heavy. It's just full, like it has room for everything and nothing at once. Not rushing to fill any gap. Just there. You can let your fingers unclench slowly, not as a decision, but as something that happens on its own, like roots spreading beneath soil. No plan, no goal, just release. There's no need to name the version of you who walked away from uniform and duty, the one who chose ink over orders, voice over silence. That person is still real, just not in the way that demands proof or recognition. And now, as your breathing grows slower, not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to do with it, you begin to feel how much of a life can be lived without being seen. Not hidden, not denied, just unclaimed. There is no story here that needs to end. No moment when everything aligns and makes sense. You don't need to understand why this stillness feels like home. The shape of your hands is different now, less rigid, less practiced at holding themselves in place. You can feel how the skin folds where fingers meet, not from strain, but from softness, like cloth left to settle on a surface. There's no expectation that this posture should mean anything. It just is. The way your wrists rest against each other isn't about alignment or discipline. It's more like two ends of something long and quiet coming together without effort. Outside the window, the light has not changed in any noticeable way, but you know it is still night. Some part of you holds that truth, even if your eyes are closed, not because you're measuring time, but because silence doesn't lie about its own duration. It simply stretches on, unbroken by clocks or urgency. You don't have to prove it's long. It isn't trying to be anything at all. There is a memory of footsteps, someone walking down a hall in uniform, not yours, never yours, but you can hear the rhythm again anyway, just beneath your skin, not as an echo, but as something that has been folded into the silence, like a letter left inside a book for years. It doesn't speak, it only remains. You don't need to name it or unpack it. It's not here to demand anything from you. You can feel how small this room is, how closed the walls are, and yet how far away everything else feels. Not because of distance, but because space has no gravity now. Your thoughts float without direction, like dust in still air. No one pulls them toward meaning. They don't need to arrive anywhere. The air smells faintly of old paper and cold wood, something that's been sitting untouched for months. It isn't unpleasant. It's just there, not as a sign or signal, but as part of the room's quiet life. Like the way your own breath moves through the space without needing permission. You don't need to ask whether you made the right choice. You don't even have to think about what right might mean in this context. The question dissolves into something softer, like a word whispered too many times, until it loses its shape and becomes just sound, then disappears entirely. There's another version of yourself walking somewhere else, an echo, not of memory, but of possibility. And she is still wearing the same uniform, carrying the same weight, following orders that were never hers to give. You don't feel envy or regret for her. You only notice how she moves differently than you do now. Faster, sharper, like a blade held too long without rest. But here, your body knows what it's doing, even when your mind doesn't. It has learned the language of not striving, not trying to prove anything, not chasing results, not performing presence for anyone. You are no longer afraid that stillness is emptiness, that fear once had teeth. Now it only hums like a distant radio station, faint and unimportant. You don't have to believe in any path forward because none of them are required. There's no road you must walk, or destination you must reach. The ground beneath your back doesn't demand that you rise at dawn. It lets you stay exactly where you are, no further explanation needed. The ceiling above you is not a boundary, nor a ceiling at all, really. Just another surface in the dark, the same kind of thing as floorboards, window glass, wood grain, fabric on skin. All of it holds your attention equally when you stop trying to assign value or function. You could lie here forever, and no one would notice. No record made, no change registered. And that is not a loss. It's simply a fact. The world doesn't require your presence to continue, but your presence isn't false because of it. You are real in this moment. Not as proof, not as performance, but simply by being here, breathing, feeling temperature shift slightly on your cheek. There was never a reason for you to be someone else's future. There was no contract binding you to become anyone's legacy. The life you walked away from wasn't wrong or unnecessary. It just wasn't yours. And that isn't failure. It's not even absence. It's more like a door left open in the past, and now you're standing on the other side of it, no longer needing to turn back. No one ever asked if your poems mattered. No one questioned whether they reached anyone at all. But maybe that doesn't matter either. Maybe meaning isn't something you deliver or prove. It's something that happens when someone reads a line in the dark and feels their chest tighten just enough to notice themselves breathing again. You don't need to know if anyone remembers them now. You only need to remember how it felt to write one. The way your hand moved across paper, not because of rules, but because you wanted to shape silence into something that could hold emotion. The act itself was its own reason, not because of outcome, but because the motion had weight. There's a thread running through all this, something thin and quiet, that isn't about choice or consequence. It's about continuity, how one breath follows another, not because it must, but because there's no interruption in the rhythm. You don't have to hold on to anything to keep going. You only have to be willing to let go of what you thought you needed. The night has stretched long enough that even time feels tired now. It doesn't care about clocks or minutes. It just is. Like your body on this mattress. Like the way your shoulders press into the bed without resistance. Like the stillness between heartbeats when nothing is expected of you. You don't have to be useful. You don't have to be remembered. You don't even have to believe in any kind of after or before. There's only this, the soft weight on your chest, the quiet hum behind your eyes, the way air moves through your lungs without fanfare. There is no moment when you will suddenly understand what it all means, and that isn't a problem. The meaning doesn't have to arrive like news from somewhere far away. It can live in how your body settles into itself, how your mind stops chasing answers and simply rests inside the question, not as an obstacle, but as a place to be. You are allowed to feel everything without needing it to change you. You don't need to extract wisdom or clarity from this stillness. Just let it sit with you like water in a glass, clear, full, undisturbed by effort. The past doesn't belong to any one version of you. It belongs to all of them. Each choice shaping a different shape of memory. Each path leaving its own kind of quiet behind. The soldier didn't vanish when you left the base. He lives in how your back straightens, sometimes without reason. The poet isn't erased by distance. It's just that now, her voice doesn't need an audience to be real. You can stop pretending that one life was better than another, not because they were equal, but because neither required validation from the other. They simply existed, each in its own time, its own rhythm, its own kind of belonging. There is no final judgment on whether you should have stayed or gone. There's only this, your hand resting where it is, not needing to do anything with it, not holding on to a memory, not releasing one either, just being. The room holds warmth that isn't from the heater, but from what has been inside it for years. Words read aloud too softly to be heard. Notebooks left open on desks. Pens dropped and forgotten. All of them are still here, not as ghosts, but as traces. Like footprints in snow that no longer matter once summer comes. You don't need to decide which part of you is the real one. There's no single answer, no final form. The self isn't a fixed thing. It's more like air moving through an open window, shifting shape, never quite caught. And so you let it be. This not knowing, this quiet between thoughts, this space where nothing needs to happen because everything already is. You don't have to fix the silence. You don't need to fill it with sound or story. It's full enough as it is. There's a slow shift in your breathing. Not faster, not slower, just different. Like water finding its level after disturbance. The rhythm doesn't change direction. It simply settles deeper into itself. You are lying still enough that the mattress has begun to remember your shape. Not as a trace, but as a kind of quiet agreement between you and the bed. The air is thick with absence, not emptiness. And in that thickness, there's room for something else. A breath that doesn't need to be answered. A silence that doesn't demand interpretation. You don't have to name what it is. It doesn't matter if it's relief or regret or just the slow fade of feeling into stillness. The truth isn't hidden behind any door you haven't opened. It's here, where your hands rest, where your spine aligns with gravity without resistance. There's a difference between being haunted and being inhabited by what you've left behind. One is a chase, the other is simply presence, the way light lingers on a wall after the lamp has been turned off, not because it wants to be seen, but because it never truly stopped being there. That soldier wasn't lost when you walked away. He's in the pause before your thoughts shift, in how your fingers tighten slightly against each other, as if bracing for something that won't come. Not punishment, not reward, just memory as a body remembers its own weight. And the poet, she doesn't need to perform anymore. She lives now, not in classrooms or syllabi, but in the way you notice words without meaning them. How your lips move when you whisper something you don't hear. The poems that never got published still exist. In the grammar of your sighs, in the spacing between sentences you never finished aloud. They are real because they were felt, not because they were shared. You could have stayed at the base and let time wear down your hands into routine, like soil pressed flat by boots walking the same path every day. Or you could have come here to this room with no street name, to this town where people forget names even as they speak them, and taught poetry in a voice too soft for echoes. Either life is real. Neither one is more true than the other. The past doesn't choose which version of you remains alive. It just lets each memory breathe. There's a thread running through your chest that isn't tied to any decision. Just a quiet pull, like air moving beneath floorboards at night. You can follow it or not. There's no wrong way, no consequence for stopping. The shape of the room hasn't changed since you lay down. The light outside has gone completely dark now. Not blackness, but absence of distinction. Not even stars to mark distance. You don't have to feel whole to be complete. You're already here. Your body a vessel, not of answers, but of presence. Your breath is no longer working toward something. It's just happening. Like water settling in the roots of trees after rain. No urgency. No need to arrive anywhere. The only thing required is that you keep lying still enough for your thoughts to become indistinguishable from silence. The military wasn't a prison, and teaching poetry wasn't an escape. One was a rhythm you learned by doing, the other a rhythm you discovered by listening. You didn't abandon one to find the other. You simply stopped measuring yourself against outcomes, against promotion, against publication, against being known. You're not what you did, not even what you could have done. You are what remains when all of that is set down, the way your foot rests slightly off the edge of the bed, not because it slipped, but because gravity doesn't care about neatness, the way your shirt has pulled up at the waist without effort, the slight pressure where the blanket presses into your hip. There's a small patch on the ceiling where paint is flaking, not from age, but from some old fixer who didn't match the tone quite right. It doesn't matter that it's wrong. It exists. And so do you. Neither perfect nor mistaken. Just present in this room with its own slow breath. No one will write your story based on what you chose or didn't choose. The world won't need to remember which path you took. Even the names of places here fade quickly after they're spoken aloud. The school where you taught has no plaque. The base still stands somewhere, but no one calls it by name anymore. You don't have to hold your life together like a fragile object. It's not something that can break if you let go. It's more like air, always moving, always changing shape, but never disappearing. Your hands are still over your chest, not holding anything, not releasing anything, just resting. There's no need for them to be doing anything at all. They're allowed to stay exactly where they are. No purpose required. The clock in the hallway hasn't moved in hours. It doesn't matter if it's stopped or not. Time isn't a line you walk along. It's more like weather, shifting slowly through layers of feeling. You don't need to be aware of it to live within its passage. The cold on your feet isn't sharp anymore, just a gentle reminder that the world continues beyond this room. There's no test at the end, no moment when everything will make sense, no final verdict from any court, real or imagined. There is only now, the way your ribs rise and fall without commentary, the way your skin feels cool against cotton, the way darkness has settled so deeply into the corners that they've become part of you. You don't have to decide if this was right or wrong. You don't need to believe in meaning as a destination. Meaning can be a space, like the silence between two notes on a piano, like the pause after someone says your name and waits for an answer that may never come. You are allowed to stay here, to not move forward, not backward, just be where you are. The past doesn't have claims on you. The future isn't waiting with promises or warnings. There's only this, your body breathing without effort, your mind drifting through images, like clouds passing over a field at dusk. No story, no reason, just motion. The soldier didn't walk away from you. He stayed in the way you straighten when someone walks into a room, in how your jaw tightens slightly before you realize it. The poet lives in the shape of your hands when they hover above paper, not writing, but remembering how to form letters that carry weight. They aren't separate. They're not competing for space inside you. You don't have to pick one. There's room, enough room, for both, and for all the versions you haven't even named yet. There's a rhythm in your chest now. Not fast, not slow. That doesn't belong to any life or decision, but simply exists. Like water flowing under stone, like breath moving through an empty house at dawn. It isn't trying to be anything. It just is. You don't need to fix this moment. You don't have to make it meaningful. Meaning doesn't require proof. It only requires that you stay still enough to feel its absence or presence without needing to act on either. Your feet are cold, but not unpleasantly so. Just a sensation, like the edge of sleep brushing against your ankles. The blanket is pulled up too high, but there's no need to adjust it. You're warm enough in the middle. That's all that matters. The air has shifted, just slightly, as if something inside the room has rearranged itself without sound or motion. Not a change you can name, just a quiet adjustment in how things are held together. You don't have to remember everything. You don't have to forget anything either. The past isn't stored like an object. It's woven into your nerves, into your breath, into the way your body knows not to flinch when it hears footsteps far away. There's no need for resolution. No moment of clarity that will fix what feels unbalanced. The balance was never broken in the first place. It just felt heavy because you were carrying it without knowing it belonged only to this one night, to this quiet, to this body lying down with nowhere left to go. You're not incomplete. You're not unfinished. You're not someone waiting for a sign or a second chance. You're here. Your hands still over your chest. Your breath steady. Your eyes closed, but open to the dark in a way that doesn't ask for light. You are not required to understand how the light used to fall across your desk when you were younger, or whether the boots still sit in a corner somewhere beneath dust and time. You don't have to remember the exact shade of green on the uniform you wore during training, only that it felt tight at the shoulders, like something trying too hard to fit you. The memory isn't a claim. It's not demanding anything from you now. There is no weight in your hands when they rest there. Not the weight of orders given or withheld. Not the weight of silence after a name was called and not answered. Your palms are open, not because they've let go, but because they've stopped waiting for something to be placed into them. You could hold air, and it would feel like enough. The house is quiet, not in the way that means absence. No, this is a kind of presence. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what hasn't been said aloud since before you came here. A radio once played low in another room. Maybe someone hummed without knowing they were singing. That music never left. It just folded into the walls and stayed. You are not being tested on whether you made the right choice when you walked away. No one is standing behind a desk with a file open, waiting for your explanation. There's no record of it in ink or data or memory that can be read back like a sentence from a book. The decision wasn't erased. It was allowed to dissolve into breath, like steam rising off water, and then gone. There are places where you feel the shape of another life pressing against your skin, not as an invasion, but as a kind of pressure that's familiar. Like cold wind through a doorway when you don't close it all the way. You felt this before, when someone walks into a room and you think they're going to say something important. Only silence follows. The moment holds itself open. You can let that feeling stay without needing to name it or respond. It doesn't need an answer from you. There's no scorecard, no ledger where every path is weighed against another. You are not obligated to compare your hands now, soft and still, to the ones that once gripped a rifle or stood at attention for hours in rain. The past isn't chasing you. It has already passed through you like water through soil, not gone, but changed by what it touched. What remains is not an event, not even a memory. It's the way your body leans slightly to one side when tired, as if remembering a posture from long ago. The way your shoulders drop just before sleep comes. Your breath moves without needing direction. It doesn't ask you to focus on it. You don't have to notice how slow or deep it is, only that it's there, steady and unhurried, like the pulse in an old clock that keeps time even when no one listens anymore. You are not responsible for what might have been said at a farewell dinner, or whether the last letter ever reached its destination. The words that didn't get spoken aren't ghosts. They're just echoes that never needed to land. They drifted and settled into space, like leaves on water after a storm. The soldier doesn't live in your chest because he was stronger than you. He lives there because you once looked at him in the mirror and recognized something not born of action or courage, but of stillness, of standing without moving when everything else wanted to shake. You don't have to carry his uniform now. You don't even have to wear it in your thoughts unless you want to. And if you do, that's fine too, as long as you know it isn't yours anymore. Not really. It was never meant for this life. Not the one where poems are read aloud at dusk or coffee is poured into a chipped cup while thinking about syntax and silence. There is no war in your room, no field beyond these walls, but there is still tension, the kind that comes from holding too much inside, like pressure in the air before rain arrives. It doesn't mean anything has to happen. It just means you're feeling it, and that's okay. The floorboards creak once, not loudly, not with warning, but as if something deep down in the house remembered a step taken long ago and made a sound only silence could hear. You can let your fingers unclench slowly, not because there was anything to hold on to, but because you've decided they don't need to. They are free now, not from burden, but from purpose. There's no mission in their shape anymore. No map drawn in the skin of your palms. There is a sound outside, distant, indistinct, not traffic, not voices, something softer. Wind through trees that aren't here. Or perhaps just the shift of air as it finds new paths around corners you didn't know existed. You are not meant to interpret it. You don't have to wonder if it's a bird or a branch breaking, or the sound of time folding in on itself. It's only what it is, an event without meaning, like a breath that isn't yours but still passes through your awareness. The room holds its shape differently now, not because anything changed. No lamp moved, no curtain shifted, but because you've stopped resisting how it feels to be small inside it. You aren't trying to fill every space with explanation or certainty anymore. There's room for what doesn't fit. There is a corner where the shadows are deeper than others, not black, not cold, but full of possibility, like something waiting to be named. Not because it needs to be known, but because you're allowed to imagine its shape without fear that it will demand anything from you. You don't have to believe in any version of yourself that was ever real or necessary. The poet didn't appear only when the military left. He was there during drills, watching how light caught on a helmet's edge and thought about rhythm. The soldier wasn't always rigid. He learned silence before he ever learned command. They weren't opposites. They were different ways of listening. And now you listen to your own body, how it fits into the bed, how your spine curves just so against the mattress, how the blanket folds at your hip like a crease in time that no one else will notice or care about. Your skin is not betraying you. The way it tingles near your shoulder isn't a signal of regret or loss. It's only sensation, something happening without cause or consequence. Like a leaf falling on pavement and making no sound because the world wasn't listening. You don't have to explain why you chose poetry over orders, nor do you need to justify staying in this quiet town where seasons pass with barely a notice. The choice isn't yours to defend now. It's not even a choice anymore. It's just what happened. Like rain falling on rooftops that no one built. There is nothing left to prove, not to yourself, not to anyone who might have imagined you differently. The silence between heartbeats has grown longer. Not because your heart stopped, but because it didn't need to speak. You're still here. Your hands open, your breath low, and the space around you feels less like a room and more like a pause in something much older than memory. You don't have to decide if this is enough. You don't have to know what happens next. There's no reason for urgency. No need to wake up or move forward. There is only this. Your body resting, the air still, the dark not rushing toward morning but simply being, just as it has been since before you came here, and will be after you've gone. You are allowed to stay in this moment without meaning, without story, without needing to make sense of anything that ever happened or might happen again. There is no test at the end, no final line to cross, no voice calling your name from a hallway far away, only stillness and breath and dark. That's enough. You are still here, just as you were before the thought came. Your hands resting flat on your chest, fingers slightly curled, not gripping anything, not holding on to anything that might have been lost or gained. The weight of them is soft against your skin, a kind of quiet pressure that doesn't demand attention but simply exists, like a stone left in water long enough to become part of the current without sinking or rising. There's no need to name what you're feeling now, not even the shape of silence. It isn't absence, it's fullness in another form. The way air fills a room after someone has spoken and left. When words are gone, but their echo lingers as warmth in the space between walls. You don't have to feel anything because you've been told you should. You aren't required to mourn what wasn't yours to keep, or celebrate what didn't come with a fanfare. The life you didn't take isn't haunting you. It's just not here. And that's not a failure of memory, but a quiet fact. You could imagine the barracks still standing somewhere in another version of this world. Walls built for duty, floors worn by boots marching in time, a mess hall where no one speaks unless they're told to. You might picture yourself there now, shoulders straight, eyes forward, voice crisp on commands that never ask anything of you beyond obedience. But even that image isn't real. It's only an echo of the kind of certainty you once thought was required to be whole. And yet here, in this room where no one knows your name and winter comes without warning or apology, something else has grown. A way of being without needing to prove its worth. Not because it's easy, but because it doesn't require permission. You don't have to explain why you chose to stay instead of go. No record exists that says this is wrong. No file lists your name under abandoned potential or unfulfilled duty. There is no ledger where the life you didn't live gets logged as a deficit. You could trace it differently. How one moment led to another. How a decision made in a coffee shop after midnight became a path that folded back on itself and ended here. But tracing isn't necessary. The map doesn't need to be drawn. You don't have to know every turn the road took. What matters is this. Your body fits into this bed like it was always meant to. Not because it's perfect or complete, but because it's allowed to be imperfect and still belong. There is no urgency in how you are breathing now, just a rhythm that moves through you without purpose, other than being. Your ribs rise slightly with the inhale, fall gently on release, as though each breath were a small surrender, not of will, but of effort. You don't have to force your mind into stillness. It doesn't need to be cleared or emptied. Some thoughts come like smoke through a crack in a window. There 1 second, gone the next, leaving behind only the faintest trace of heat. The walls aren't closing in. They're not holding you at all. You are not trapped by your own history. The past isn't an anchor. It's just something that happened, and like any other event, it has settled into silence. It doesn't need to be spoken about. Doesn't have to be understood or forgiven, or even acknowledged. It simply is. You could imagine the flag being raised in another town, someone standing at attention beneath a blue sky, uniform pressed tight against their frame. You might hear horns from afar, drum beats that don't belong to you, but they aren't calling you back. They're not meant for this room, or this breath, or this moment of stillness where your fingers rest like leaves on the surface of a pond. There's no need to compare. No need to say one life was better than another, because that would require measuring them against some standard you've never been given. There is no scale in the dark. Nothing asks for judgment here. You're allowed to notice how the blanket feels at your hip, not because it matters, but because you do. You can feel the way its weave holds a memory of heat from earlier tonight. Not the kind that stays, but one that lingers like a word said too softly to be heard. There's a pause between thoughts now. Not an emptiness, but space where nothing needs to happen. Not even understanding, not even feeling, just presence without condition. The ceiling above you isn't hiding anything. It doesn't have answers or warnings written in cracks that only your eyes can read. It's just wood and plaster, older than you are, holding the shape of a room that has seen many kinds of stillness. It remembers nothing but weight, how it carries everything without complaint. You don't need to be afraid of what might come next, not because there is no danger, but because danger isn't relevant here. You aren't on alert anymore. There's no one checking your posture or listening for hesitation in your voice. No one waiting for you to show proof that you're capable, that you belong. You don't have to be anything at all right now. Not a man who walked away, not a poet who stayed, not even someone who once thought he had to choose between two versions of himself. You are simply resting, your chest rising and falling in time with the quiet pulse of the night, your body not fighting its own shape, not trying to become something else. There's a sound somewhere far off, a train passing through a station that doesn't exist on any map you've seen. It travels without destination or arrival. No one gets on or off. The rails stretch into darkness and end there, just as they began, without explanation. You don't have to wonder why it's moving. You don't need to ask if it was meant to be. It's not yours to understand. And when the sound fades, you're still here, not changed by what passed through, but simply present in its wake. The air is thick with unspoken things, not heavy, just full, like a room where everyone has spoken and left, leaving behind only the weight of their voices as warmth on the walls. You don't have to make sense of any of it. You aren't required to believe that this life means anything or doesn't mean anything. There is no test at dawn. No one will come knocking with a question you're expected to answer. The world outside isn't waiting for your return. nor does it need you to explain yourself. You are allowed to be small in this moment, not because you failed, but because being small doesn't mean you aren't here. Your presence isn't measured by impact or visibility. It's not tied to recognition. There is a thread of light, faint, almost invisible, that slips under the edge of the curtain and lies across your shoulder like something forgotten. It doesn't need to be named, doesn't have to lead anywhere. It simply exists where it fell, without demand. You don't have to claim it as proof that you're still awake. You can let it sit there, like a memory you've never had, or a future you'll never live. There's no reason to move. No need to shift your weight or open your eyes. You are not required to be alert, not even to remember why you came here in the first place. You are just breathing, just lying down, just being, without having to earn it, without needing to justify it. The dark doesn't rush toward morning because there's no need for speed. It simply is what it has always been. A kind of holding, not waiting, but allowing. And you don't have to know anything about how this ends. Not the way it will feel when your breath slows further. Not whether you'll wake tomorrow or stay in this state longer than you expected. You are allowed to be unsure, to not care, to let go of the idea that everything must mean something. There's a shape in the corner now, a shadow that wasn't there before. Or maybe it was always just waiting for you to notice its stillness. It doesn't move, doesn't grow, isn't threatening. It's only a place where light didn't reach and never will. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to wonder what it is. It's enough that it exists without your approval, without needing you to understand or explain. You are lying still enough that the weight of your hands on your chest has begun to feel like a kind of quiet conversation. Your fingers pressing down just lightly enough to remember they are there, not to hold anything back, not to keep anything in. The air is cool near your neck where it meets the pillow's edge, and you don't adjust it. You're not trying to find comfort. You've stopped searching for relief as if it were somewhere else, under a different blanket, or behind a closed door that would never open no matter how long you waited. There was a time when you thought every choice had to be final, like a stamp on paper. Once made, the ink could not fade. And now, in this softness between wakefulness and sleep, it doesn't feel that way anymore. It feels more like something that happened without being claimed. Like rain falling through branches where no one was standing, leaving behind only damp leaves and an absence of sound. You don't have to decide what you lost or what you found by walking away from the uniform. You don't need to measure your life against a timeline written in orders, ranks, promotions, leave days, medals that were never awarded. There's no ledger recording how much longer you stayed than others, nor how many more years you gave before choosing silence over signal calls. The field where you once stood, rigid, precise, lined up with other shapes not unlike your own, is now just a place the memory visits in fragments. A blue tent flapping on windless afternoons, boots left by a gate that no longer exists, a radio crackling with messages meant for someone who never arrived. You don't have to replay those moments as if they were part of some greater narrative you were supposed to complete. You're not being punished for what didn't happen, nor are you being rewarded for choosing differently. There's just this, your body in the bed, your breath moving through the quiet, like a slow river over stones that haven't been named. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask anything of you, except to notice it. There is no reason to keep track of how many versions of yourself might exist somewhere beyond this room. The one who stayed, the one who went further, the one who turned back halfway and never told anyone why. They aren't waiting for you to validate their existence. You're not responsible for giving them form or voice. You can let those others remain just as they are, unfinished thoughts in a notebook that was never opened, shadows cast by lights you no longer turn on. The truth of any one version isn't worth more than another. It's not even real until you name it. And naming takes energy, effort, a kind of courage that feels too heavy right now. You're allowed to let go without apology, to rest in the knowledge that some paths were never meant to be walked by everyone at once. Some roads end because they weren't built for two people. Some doors close not out of spite, but simply because the hinges wore thin over time and didn't need to carry anything heavier than silence. The poem you wrote last week, that one about ash and unburned letters, wasn't written because it had meaning. It was written because your hand moved across paper without stopping, like a muscle, remembering how to work even when no one's watching. That wasn't a choice. Not really. It was just the way things happened when you didn't try to control them. And now the lines from that poem float somewhere between sleep and memory, not clear enough to read, not lost enough to forget. They hang in the air like dust motes caught in a beam of forgotten light. You don't need to understand them. You don't have to remember what they said or why you wrote them. There's no requirement for coherence. No expectation that your thoughts must line up with one another. That past and present must agree on any single story. They can remain separate, like rooms in a house where each door is closed but not locked. One room holds the echo of drills, another holds ink-stained desks, another holds footsteps walking down hallways, that don't lead anywhere. You're not expected to reconcile them, not even to acknowledge their existence unless you want to. You can choose what feels true in this moment, and then let it go without guilt when something else comes instead. The cold spot on the pillow, where your head wasn't just seconds ago, still lingers like a ghost of itself. Not quite gone, but not present either. It's neither warm nor painful, just there, as if time had paused long enough to leave behind an imprint that doesn't need to be explained. You don't have to figure out why you stayed or what might have been different if you'd kept your uniform buttoned tighter, if you'd worn the insignia with pride, instead of slipping it into a drawer where it sat under old receipts and forgotten postcards. You can let those questions dissolve like sugar in water. No residue, no trace. There's a faint scent near the window, not from flowers or perfume, but something older. Dry wood, paper left too long in sunlight, the ghost of a pencil sharpened once upon a time. It doesn't belong to any particular place or person. It just is. An atmosphere that drifted through years and settled where it liked. You're not responsible for its origin. You don't have to trace it back to a first moment. You can let it linger like the aftertaste of tea you drank too long ago. Something faint but still recognizable in your mouth when you close your eyes. Outside, somewhere beyond walls that don't listen, a street lamp flickers once, twice, just enough to change the shape of the shadows on the floor for half a heartbeat. Then it steadies again. It doesn't signal anything, doesn't warn or greet. It just continues to exist in its own rhythm, without needing approval. You're not required to match that rhythm. You don't need to become steady yourself. Not even close. The weight of your arms is now less pressure and more presence, like a blanket folded over you that was never meant to be heavy, but simply there to say, you are here. No explanation needed, no reason given. There's no obligation to make meaning from the silence between heartbeats or to fill it with words that try too hard. You can let it stay empty, not because nothing is happening, but because everything is happening without being named. You don't have to believe you're enough. Not even for a second. The fact of your breath doesn't depend on whether you think so. It continues anyway. Steady, unasked for, not asking anything in return. A clock somewhere ticks once, then nothing. That's all it does. No message, no urgency. Just the sound of time passing, without needing to be noticed. You can lie like that, the kind of lying where your body is still and your mind isn't chasing anything, just letting space take shape around you, not because you've decided to accept it, but because there's no other way left. There was a book once, one you borrowed from the library in town with no name, that had no cover. The pages were loose, bound only by time and dust. You read one sentence before putting it back on the shelf. It is not necessary to know where you are going if you are already walking. That wasn't meant for anyone specific, not even you. But now, in this softness between breaths, it feels like it was written just for this moment. When you're not trying to arrive anywhere and don't mind that you haven't yet. When the idea of destination is too far off to matter. When direction doesn't need a name or a map. You are not failing because you didn't become someone else. You are not incomplete because you chose poetry over rank. You are simply resting, your body folded into itself like a letter that was never sent but still holds its shape. The ceiling above you isn't judging your thoughts. The darkness doesn't care what choices you've made or avoided. It's just dark, not empty, not full, not waiting to be filled with something better. You can let the silence grow deeper without fear. Let it stretch across the space between heartbeats, like a thread pulled from nothing and left hanging in air. There's no need to catch it, no reason to hold on. The hallway outside your room used to echo with boots on concrete, sharp and measured, each step a claim of space, each turn a confirmation of belonging. You don't hear that anymore. Not really, but sometimes, when the house settles just right, the kind of quiet where air feels thick enough to hold shapes, you feel it like an afterimage behind your eyes. Not memory exactly, but something closer to absence, wearing a familiar name. It doesn't return as sound. It comes as pressure in the shoulder blades, as the way one hand lifts slightly without intention, just for a moment, as if waiting for orders. You don't answer. You never did when it mattered most. And that's not failure. It's simply how your body learned to live between two versions of itself. There was a coat once, stiff wool with brass buttons that didn't shine but held light anyway. It hung in the hall long after you left, like a gesture no one remembered making. You don't know if it still hangs there, or if someone took it without notice, folded it neatly and put it away. Maybe it's on a shelf now, covered in dust, its pockets empty of maps, letters, receipts. Nothing that could prove who wore it or why. That coat wasn't yours to keep. It was just something you wore for a season, like the winter when your breath came out white, even inside buildings with heat. You didn't choose it. No one handed it to you with instructions. It arrived in your life as if by accident, like a letter addressed to someone else that somehow found its way into your hands. You never looked at the return address. Now, there's no need to, not even close. The night doesn't ask for explanations. It only asks that you stay still enough to feel how it moves through rooms like breath, through an open window, unseen, unclaimed, quietly passing through everything, without leaving a trace. There is no reason the floor beneath your feet should be warm right now. There's no law saying the air has to carry the scent of old paper and faint lavender from a candle you never lit. But it does. It just happens. Without demand, without permission needed. You are not responsible for making sense of these small continuities. You don't have to name them or explain why they're here. Some things exist because they simply can. Like the way shadows stretch longer in late afternoon without needing to be summoned. The walls around you aren't holding anything back. They don't remember your hesitation, your pauses before doors that open too easily or close too suddenly. You could stand up right now and walk through them if you wanted. No need to ask first. The air won't resist. There's no barrier between what was planned and what never happened. You don't have to decide which version of yourself is real. You can let both remain unclaimed, like two coats hanging in separate hallways, one still waiting for someone who will never come. There's a chair near the window that you haven't sat on in years. It doesn't complain about being forgotten. The wood has softened where hands used to rest. It holds warmth not from fire or sun, but from presence. Like it remembers what it meant to be needed, even if only for a few moments at dusk. You don't have to go back there. The past isn't waiting in corners. It's not lying in wait with accusations or promises. It doesn't care whether you return or leave it behind completely. You can move through time without leaving footprints. No one is tracking your path. There was a day long ago when the sky turned orange at noon. Something no calendar predicted. The light didn't come from sun or storm. It just arrived like an accident of color. People stopped walking. Cars slowed down. A dog barked once and then fell silent. No one said anything, just looked up. You were on a street in a town you can't name, standing still with your hands empty. You didn't know why the sky had changed, only that it did, and for no reason anyone could give. That same light might be coming again somewhere else now, or perhaps not. Either way, you don't have to witness it. You are allowed to miss things without regretting them. The idea of a life lived differently doesn't have to weigh on your chest like stone. It can sit beside you like an old book left open on the table, readable, but no longer required. It's not that one path was better than another, not even close. Some doors opened into rooms with blue walls and soft rugs. Others led to hallways lit only by emergency signs. Neither is true or false. Both exist, and both can be real in their own way, without needing each other to validate them. You're not late for anything. There's no schedule that says you must become someone specific before sleep comes. No rule book listing the stages of becoming whole. You don't have to reach a point where everything clicks into place. Sometimes things are just incomplete, not because they're broken, but because they were never meant to be complete in the way we imagine completeness. The silence between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full of small movements, air shifting under skin, blood flowing through veins like water beneath stone, thoughts rising and falling without needing names. You don't have to chase them. You can let them go just as they come, like leaves drifting down from a tree that doesn't know it's losing branches. There is no obligation to make meaning of the fact that you stood at a crossroads once and turned away from rank, insignia, marching drills, all of which still exist somewhere in the world, going on without you. No need to wonder whether they're better or worse than this. Your hands resting gently over your chest, your breath slow enough to feel like it's happening inside another body. You don't have to prove that what you chose matters. The fact that someone else might not understand doesn't mean the choice wasn't real. There was a notebook once, thin paper, no cover, that you kept on a shelf until it fell apart. Pages slipped out one by one, not because of age, but because they wanted to leave. Like birds taking flight when the wind finally changes direction. You didn't stop them. And now, in this stillness, there's nothing that needs stopping either. The body knows how to rest without needing permission. The mind doesn't have to keep searching for reasons why you're here instead of somewhere else. You don't need a reason at all. Even the idea of self, this fragile thing made from memories and choices, isn't required to hold together right now. It can be loose, like threads pulled from a sweater worn too long. The shape remains, but not because it was held tightly. You are allowed to be incomplete in your own way, not failing, not falling behind, just being present without performance, breathing without purpose. There is no place you need to go tonight. No one waiting with answers. No voice asking what happened after the last step. The darkness isn't holding its breath. It's just here with you, and it doesn't care about your history, your decisions, or the life that never began. It simply exists, not as an absence, but as a presence. Soft, continuous, untroubled by expectations. You can lie like this for hours, without moving, without thinking ahead, without needing to believe in anything except what you feel right now. The weight of your arms, the rise and fall beneath your ribs, the way your skin feels when it's not being watched or judged. There is no need to understand why things are as they are. You don't have to know how a door closed behind you or whether it was locked for good. Some doors were never meant to stay open. Others weren't meant to be entered at all. And some, like the one in your chest, where thoughts settle without leaving, don't need an answer when they're asked silently. You can let that space grow. Let it stretch wider than memory, deeper than regret. No message arrives, no signal comes through. Just air moving softly across your face, like a hand passing over skin, with no intention to touch. And if something stirs in the quiet, something like recognition or sorrow, or even relief, it doesn't need a name. It can simply be part of what's happening right now. As you lie still and let time move through you without resistance, you are lying where you are, not because you've decided to stay, but because staying feels like a quiet kind of truth. Something that fits without needing explanation. The air has changed its temperature slightly, not in warmth or cold, but in weight, as if the room is breathing with you now, slowly and without urgency, filling itself with your presence instead of resisting it. You don't have to hold yourself together anymore. Not even the shape of your body needs to be defended against the dark. There's a memory that isn't yours exactly. More like something passed through a filter, worn smooth by time and distance. A moment you never lived but feel as though you once almost did. A barracks hallway at dawn, linoleum reflecting light from overhead strips, boots clicking on tile in unison, voices low and measured, not loud enough to hurt the ears, just firm enough to mark that this is a place where order has been made into habit. You weren't there when it happened, but you can still feel the weight of that rhythm in your bones, as if you'd spent years learning how to walk like that. The kind of step that doesn't ask permission. But then, someone turned off the lights for good. Not dramatically. No alarm, no signal. Just a slow fade. And when you opened your eyes again, you were somewhere else. Not in uniform, but wearing clothes too soft for discipline, standing inside a classroom with books stacked on tables that wobble slightly at one end. The same hands. Still the same hands. That once held rifles now rest on paper and ink. You don't have to decide which version of yourself was more real. One wasn't true or false. They're not competing. There's no hierarchy between a life that moved forward under command and another that wandered slowly through syllables and silence. You can let them coexist without naming them, without needing to say whether one was worth the cost. Your fingers are still touching your chest, but now it feels less like holding yourself in place and more like listening, like pressing gently against a wall that has been breathing for years without you noticing. There's something quiet beneath there, not a heartbeat exactly, but an echo of motion from another time. Another body. It doesn't demand attention. It only exists. You are allowed to think about what could have been, without turning it into a punishment or a prayer. You don't have to mourn the years you didn't spend in formation, nor do you need to praise the ones that passed with poems and coffee stains on pages. There's no scale that measures the value of days lived differently. There was once a coat, gray, worn at the cuffs, never really meant to be kept, that hung by your door for months after you moved into this house. You didn't throw it out. You didn't wear it. It stayed there like a ghost of a decision not made. Then one morning, it wasn't there anymore. Not taken, not stolen, just gone. As though the air had pulled it through the cracks in the floorboards without leaving a trace. No note, no signal. You don't need to know what happened to that coat. You can simply accept that some things disappear because they no longer belong to the story you're living now. And that's enough. The light from outside has shifted, not in brightness, but in angle. Like something invisible turned its face toward the house and let a sliver of night fall across your skin. It doesn't burn or cool. It just is. There is no message in it, no judgment, just presence. You don't have to figure out why you chose this path over another. You can rest without knowing what would have happened if you'd stayed. Even the idea that there might be a better version of yourself somewhere, someone who marched with purpose, whose name was on a plaque or in a report, is not something you need to chase. That person isn't real enough to haunt you. They're just an image built from assumptions and what others might say if they knew where your feet landed instead of theirs. You can let that idea dissolve like mist beneath sunlight, without effort, without regret. The ceiling above you is still there, not because it has to be, but because it's been allowed to stay. It doesn't try to hold anything up. It simply exists with no need to prove its usefulness. The same way your breathing doesn't have to explain why it happens, or why it continues. You don't have to understand the mechanism of air entering and leaving. Your skin feels lighter now, not because you're floating, but because it's stopped trying to remember how to feel safe. It knows what pressure is, what warmth is, but it also knows that being touched isn't required for existence. The silence between your thoughts doesn't need to be filled with noise or meaning. There's a stone in the garden outside. One small, flat, sun-warmed, that you never picked up but have passed by every day since moving here. It sits beside a patch of weeds no one tends. You don't know how long it's been there, whether it was dropped accidentally or placed deliberately, but it doesn't matter. It just stays, unnoticed, unmoved, like the kind of thing that belongs to time more than people. You can be like that stone now, just present, not doing anything except being where you are. No one is watching. No record is keeping score. No voice from the past is asking whether you're proud or sorry or satisfied with your choice. There's a rhythm in the way your breath moves through your lungs, not fast enough to cause movement, slow enough that it feels like time could be stretched across an entire lifetime without effort. You don't have to follow it. Just let it happen, as if someone else were breathing for you. Someone who doesn't care about outcomes. You don't need to believe in the shape of your life. Not even now. There's no law that says you must feel whole or make sense. The idea of self, this thing that feels like a name, a history, a set of habits, isn't required to stay connected tonight. It can break apart slowly, like ink spreading through water. No one will come to fix it. And that's not the point. You're allowed to be incomplete, not broken, not failing, just resting in whatever form you happen to take when no one is looking. There's a sound from downstairs, just a creak of wood settling under weight, nothing more. It doesn't mean anything. No one came home. Nothing changed. The house didn't shift because it heard something. It just released air through old joints like a body exhaling after holding still too long. You can do that too. Release what you've been carrying without needing to say why or where it's going. The weight of your arms isn't a burden anymore. It's just there, resting on your chest, as if they'd found their natural position in the world, like hands that finally remembered how to stop searching. You don't have to name the emotion when one rises, when something flickers behind your eyes. Not quite sorrow, not quite peace, but a kind of quiet recognition. You can let it pass through you without turning toward it or pushing it away. Just allow its shape to appear and disappear like smoke and wind. No need for closure, no demand for clarity. Even the memory of that other life, the one where you stood at attention, said orders back with precision, doesn't have to be rewritten or justified. It can remain exactly as it is, a possibility that existed once, then folded into something else. You don't need to remember every detail to know it was real. You don't need to hold onto the uniform to feel its weight. The act of walking away wasn't failure. It was an attention paid to something quieter than command. The room breathes with you now, not in rhythm, but in presence. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of things that never needed names, full of footsteps that didn't echo, full of hands that were never meant to be raised. There's a moment, just one, that feels like something is being offered without demand. Not advice, not redemption, not understanding. Just an invitation to stay exactly as you are, with no explanation, no performance, no proof of worth. You don't have to respond, not even with silence. There's no expectation that you should agree or accept or change your mind. You're lying still enough that the air between your ribs feels like it's been pressed into something softer than breath, something that doesn't rush or insist on being noticed. The weight of your hands is no longer a gesture toward control. It's just a shape, two things resting where they've always belonged, as if gravity itself had chosen their placement. There's a thread in the ceiling above you, a seam between plaster and shadow, that hasn't moved in years, not since some repair was made that no one remembers or cared about. It stays there, like the kind of line that only exists because it was once needed, but now just remains because nothing has taken its place. You don't need to think about what it means for something to be unclaimed by time. You can let it be a thing without function, just a faint crack in the world's skin, not breaking anything, not holding back anything either. It doesn't demand your attention, it just is. And so are you. Outside, there's no wind tonight. That isn't unusual. The trees have learned to hold their silence when they know it will be listened to. Their branches don't tremble with the need to show something. No rustle for an audience. No movement that says, "Look at how alive I am." They stand like figures in a painting where nothing happens, and the stillness is not emptiness, but presence. You can imagine them as men who once stood in formation, waiting for orders that never came, then slowly unclenching their hands without knowing why. You don't have to be ready to understand what happened between those two lives. The one before this room. The one before your name became tied to poetry instead of rank. You can let the space between them stretch open, like a door left ajar in winter. Cold, yes, but not painful. It doesn't require you to step through or close it. The air that comes from beyond it isn't warm with memory or heavy with regret. It's just air, unlabeled, unclaimed. There's a shelf near the bed where you used to keep papers, not important ones, just scraps of thoughts scribbled in margins, fragments of lines abandoned mid-sentence because they didn't feel true enough. They've been there for months, maybe years. No one has touched them. Dust has settled across their edges like a soft coat made from time passing without notice. You don't need to read what's written. It doesn't matter whether the words were good or bad, finished or broken. The paper isn't waiting for you to come back and fix it. It stays because no one said to move it, because nothing needed to be saved. Just like how your thoughts from that other life, those sharp orders, the way your voice used to cut through noise, didn't have to stay in place either. They were real while they lasted, but now they've settled too. Not into memory exactly, but into a kind of quiet undercurrent, like water moving beneath stone. You don't need to hold them. You don't even need to remember the sound of your own voice when you gave those commands. It doesn't matter if it was steady or sharp or dry with effort. That version of you didn't fail by stepping away. He simply stopped being needed in that moment. And so, he became something else. Something quieter, slower, more ordinary. You can lie here and feel the difference between what was expected and what actually happened. Not one is better than the other. One existed in a structure built for discipline. The other exists in a silence where no one asks you to stand straight or speak with precision. There's no performance required now, no uniform, no salute, no report due at dawn. The wall beside your head has a small dent near the baseboard, a mark from when something fell years ago and wasn't picked up. You don't know what it was. Maybe a book, maybe a lamp. It could have been anything. The spot is still there, indented slightly in wood that's grown around it, like skin healing over old pain, not healed completely, just adapted. You don't need to name the thing that fell. You don't even need to know why you never replaced whatever broke. Maybe it wasn't important enough. Or maybe it was too much trouble. Either way, the dent remains. A kind of footprint left by absence. There's a faint sound from somewhere. The softest shift in the house's bones as old materials adjust to pressure or temperature. It isn't alarming, not even noticeable unless you're listening for it. And even then, you wouldn't know what caused it. The floorboards breathe with the house. The walls exhale through their seams. You aren't separate from that rhythm. You are part of it now. Just another slow change in a structure that never asked to stay unchanged. You don't have to decide whether your choice was right or wrong. There's no ledger somewhere keeping score between two versions of yourself. The officer and the teacher. The one who stood firm and the one who wandered through classrooms with quiet hands. You can let both exist without needing them to coexist in any particular way. One doesn't cancel out the other. They're just different points on a map that no longer needs to be read. The light from outside has dimmed further. Not because it's darker, but because your eyes have stopped searching for meaning in patterns of shadow and shape. You aren't trying to find answers in the way things look. You don't need to understand why you left or what might have happened if you'd stayed. The silence doesn't want an explanation. You can feel how your shoulders have lowered over time, not because someone told them to, but because they simply stopped holding up a weight that was never theirs to carry. Your back rests against the mattress, as if it had finally remembered its own curve. There's no effort in lying down. No need to prove you're still capable of staying where you are. The air in the room feels different now. Not thick or heavy, but full of space between molecules. Like a breath that hasn't been released yet. It doesn't press on your skin. It just hovers near the surface, waiting for nothing at all. You don't need to be aware of every sensation. You can let some slip through you without noticing, like water passing beneath stone. There's no rule about what must stay in focus and what should be forgotten. The fact that a sound came from down the hall doesn't mean it was important. It means something shifted, just slightly, but not enough to change anything. You don't need to name the quiet you're in now. You can just let it be. Not peace exactly, not calm either, but something softer than both. An absence of demand, a kind of permission that doesn't come with words or gestures. It's not offered, it simply exists, like heat from old bricks on a cold night. You don't have to stay awake for this. You can sink into it without effort, without needing to remember what you were thinking about before. The thoughts don't need to be gathered back in. They can scatter like dust in sunlight, visible only when caught by the eye, then gone again without trace. There's a part of your body that remembers standing at attention, not because you want it to, but because it does. A muscle twitches slightly near your shoulder blade, as if responding to a memory not yet fully formed. You can let it do its thing. No correction needed, no retraining. It doesn't have to serve anything now. It just moves. You don't need to be whole. Not even close. The idea that you should be complete is a story told by people who believe every life must fit into one shape. But there's another way. The way of things that aren't meant to be fixed, only lived through. A cracked cup still holds warmth. A door left open doesn't need to be closed to serve its purpose. You can let your mind drift without fear of losing track. You don't have to keep steering it toward meaning or resolution. It's allowed to wander into corners where nothing happens. Just a breath, a pause, a moment that isn't doing anything except being there. You can let the shape of your hands stay where they are. Palms open, fingers relaxed. Not because you're making a choice about posture, but because there's no urgency to shift them. The weight of your arms rests gently on your chest like something that has decided not to move again. And that's enough. You don't have to decide if it's right or wrong for the body to rest this way. It simply is. There's a quiet in the space between your ribs where no decision needs to be made about what should come next. Outside, wind moves through branches without needing permission from anyone. It doesn't explain why it bends one tree and not another. It just does. You can feel that same kind of motion inside yourself. Not as a force demanding action, but as something that passes through like air, through still water. There's no need to stop it or guide it. Let it move where it wants, even if it only stirs dust on the floor of your mind. The memory of boots clicking against tile, sharp, measured steps, doesn't echo anymore. It doesn't ring in your skull like a bell that refuses to fall silent. It's not present as an accusation or a ghost. It's just a sound from somewhere far away, like something you heard once while passing through a corridor you've never walked again. You don't need to know what it meant when it was happening. You only need to notice how its shape has changed now. Less sharp, less certain, not gone entirely, but softened into background noise, the kind that doesn't demand attention. You can let your breath fall where it will, not toward any rhythm you've practiced or remembered from before. Not even a slow count. Let it come in without waiting for the next one to arrive. Let each exhalation last longer than it has to. Just lightly, just enough so that there's space between what came and what might follow. There was a time when every pause felt like a failure, when silence had to be filled with reason or action or sound. Otherwise, it meant something was missing. But now you're learning how silence can exist without needing anything from you. How the quiet doesn't have to apologize for being quiet. It's not empty. It's just full of what isn't spoken. You don't need to name the shape of your regret, not even in your mind, not as a story, not as evidence of choice or loss. Let it be like a shadow that has no source, stretching across the floor without reason. You can see it there, but you don't have to ask what cast it. Your body remembers how to stand still, how to rest with minimal adjustment, how to let gravity take over without resistance. That part of your nervous system doesn't require praise or proof. It just knows. The way a wall holds up its own structure without being asked to. The way stone sits in soil without needing to explain why it stays. You don't have to decide which version of yourself is more real. The one who stood at formation, eyes forward, collar straight, or the one who read poems aloud to students with their heads down. One didn't replace the other. They aren't enemies or opposites. They're just two moments in motion, both true, neither needing to last. There's a difference between being present and trying to be something. You can lie here without performing stillness, without proving you've arrived at peace. The act of lying down isn't a victory or a surrender. It's simply one way the body chooses not to carry itself forward for now. You don't have to remember what the uniform felt like on your skin, whether it was tight in certain places, whether the fabric ever snagged when you moved too fast. You can let that memory dissolve like salt in water, not because it wasn't real, but because its purpose is not to be held onto anymore. The thought of someone calling your name from a distance doesn't trigger any instinct to answer. It's just sound passing through space, not addressed to anyone now, not meant for response. You can let it go the way heat dissipates into air. You can allow your fingers to twitch without interpreting it as meaning. Let the small movement happen, the one near your wrist, as if it belongs to someone else entirely. Not a signal, not a memory, just motion that exists because muscles still do what they're wired for, even when no order is given. There's no reason you must carry forward every moment of your life like luggage through a long hallway. The past doesn't have to be visible or audible just because it happened. Some things only exist in the way they leave traces, like footprints on snow that fade before anyone sees them. You don't need to wonder what would have happened if you'd said yes to the orders, if you'd stayed with your unit, marched through seasons of change without hesitation. You don't have to imagine how your voice might sound now in a briefing room, or how your hands might move when adjusting equipment. That path isn't missing from your life. It's just not part of what's happening here. You can let the weight of that alternative settle, like dust on an old shelf, no longer needing to be touched or moved. It doesn't need to be acknowledged every time you breathe. The classroom where you taught poetry wasn't grand. The windows were fogged sometimes in winter. There was a chair missing one leg, so it leaned sideways and didn't get replaced. You never asked why. And when students came late, they sat without apology because the room had already accepted their arrival before they even spoke. There's no rule that says you must be consistent across time. No law saying your life has to feel like a single story told in one voice. The man who stood at attention and the man who read lines aloud aren't contradictions. They're just different people who happen to share this body, living through it with different intentions. You can let them both exist without needing to reconcile them into a single truth. One doesn't have to be better than the other. They don't need to explain themselves. You don't even need to understand how you became one and not the other. The air in your room is still warm, though no heater runs. It's not hot, but it holds heat like cloth wrapped around a stone, slow to release, slow to cool. That warmth doesn't belong to any event or moment that passed. It just exists now, in this space where you are lying down. You can feel the soft give of your pillow beneath your head, not because you're trying to adjust it, but because your skull is resting exactly as it wants to. No effort required, no need for correction. The silence doesn't have to be filled with thoughts about what's real or false. It can simply be like a room left unlit after everyone has gone. The absence of light isn't wrong. It's not lonely. It just is, and that's enough. You don't need to feel gratitude for the life you chose. nor guilt for the one you didn't. There's no ledger being kept in any corner of this night. You're not being judged by a version of yourself who stayed or left. The only thing happening now is breath, weight, stillness, and that's more than enough. There's a kind of listening that doesn't need answers. It listens to the space between words, to the pause after a sentence ends, to the quiet that follows an emotion fading. You can let your mind rest in that same silence, not waiting for something to come next, not fearing what might be left unsaid. You don't have to decide whether this moment is meaningful or trivial. It doesn't matter if it will become part of any story later on. It's happening now, just being, and that's all it needs to do. There's no need to keep track of how much time has passed since you closed your eyes. You don't have to measure the length